we've hit an Army installation, an airport, a compound belonging to Osama bin Laden. The Taliban's home base is Kandahar, and it includes various military sites. As for the city of Mazar-e-Sharif up here, major damage done there to airfields as well as air defenses, houses. And as for what could happen in the coming days, Special Forces are almost certain to play a key role. Secretary of Defense Donald Rumsfeld saying it is unlikely the Taliban will be on the run just by these air raids alone. So we are going to put more forces at work sometime real soon. Patty Ann?
All right, John Gibson, thanks. And what military challenges will our troops be facing in that ground war that John just mentioned in Afghanistan? Well, joining us now, retired Major General Donald Edwards. He is currently the Division Manager for Contemporary Military Challenges. Thanks so much for joining us.
Thank you, Patty Ann.
Let me actually start with a slightly different issue at first, which is, do we still have the Major General? Major General, are you still there?
I'm still here.
Okay, great. We don't seem to have your video up at the moment, but we'll continue to ask you questions. Okay, we've got him back. Right after 10 months of calm on the border between Pakistan and India at the Kashmir ceasefire line, today India began shelling Pakistani military posts. What do you suppose that was about?
Well, that's worrying. I mean, I'm concerned about that, and you mentioned earlier, that's an issue. Of course, you have to realize that some of the Pakistani forces up in that area are heavily influenced by the Taliban. And it may very well be that they have done some mischief to incite the Indians to try to work a distraction in terms of the Pakistanis and our relationship at this point. It isn't something that's good news, and let's hope it gets resolved quickly.
Yeah, Pakistan and India, of course, both nuclear capable. Pakistan somewhat unstable now as a result of this infighting over their stance in the current war on terror. Do you see this situation improving?
Well, that's almost more a political question than a military question, Patty Ann. But if something happened to the Pakistani government and it failed and it was taken over in the worst case by an extreme element, sensitive to the Taliban, that would be a total disaster.
Right.
And with those nuclear weapons in the possessions of that government, we'd have a huge problem.
All right, let's move on to the military questions. So far, no loss of American or British lives in these airstrikes, but part two of the campaign could be much more dangerous. Could you describe for us what that might be like?
Well, part two, we all assume, is going to be raids and an effort to find the bin Laden and his people and the leadership of the Taliban. Winter is coming. As you know, the holy season for the people in that area is coming, and winter operations in the mountains are very, very difficult things. So this is going to be a very difficult campaign.
You were making the distinction between politics and military operations before, but it seems as though they're becoming very linked in certain areas. We've got a line of 7,000 Taliban troops north of Kabul, which some experts say we could take out pretty easily, but we haven't, apparently because of our desire to keep Pakistan as an ally. Does that sound like the right course of action to you?
I think that it's a pretty logical course of action, and far be it for me to say it's the right course of action, but I think what is going on the political front here is an attempt to put together a coalition in terms of a succeeding government. I think there's real concern about the Northern Alliance, which was a preceding government and had a very barbaric history, which is how the Taliban got in power. And I think what we're seeing is an effort to not enable the Northern Alliance to move quickly to take the capital, get control of the capital, and perhaps create a de facto government, but to buy time so that a coalition can be put together.
From a military standpoint, how helpful is the Northern Alliance? All right, it looks like we might have lost the Major General again, but we do thank him. Retired Major General Donald Edwards, thank you so much for your insights. And we have a lot more still coming up. An interesting link between two of the September 11th hijackers and a location where anthrax turned up in Florida. Stay with us. Also,
I'm Derry Alexander in Trenton, New Jersey, where another anthrax connection as authorities scramble to figure out the source. I'll have that coming up.
America must win the war against those terrorists.
So what would you do if someone passed you the keys to a Pontiac for a week?
I gotta get some lunch. So that's number one.
Definitely skydiving.
The spa tour of the Southwest.
Vegas. Hey, hit the road, guys.
You got him! Oh! All right, let's go.
They're yours.
I'm kidding.
You got it!
Serious?
Go! So what would you do if someone passed you the keys to a Pontiac?
I swear to God, they hand us the keys.
Tell us at Pontiac.com.
I want you and your friends off the streets until I can sort this thing out. Jack the Ripper's not finished.
This was all in your vision.
Your vision's about me.
Most definitely.
Johnny Depp, Heather Graham, in a Hughes Brothers film that the critics are calling a suspenseful pop extravaganza. Haunting, gripping, a stylish thriller.
I gave birth to the 20th century.
You're not going to see the 20th century.
From Hell, rated R. Friday, only in theaters.
How does Jeff Burton spend his Sundays? Eyes on the track, gripping the wheel of a 700-horsepower thrill machine. So what does he look for the other days? More thrills. Because Jeff's not just a big-time driver, he's a big-time fan.
I'm Jeff Burton, and with AT&T Digital Cable, you get hundreds of great channels, including movies, sports, and specials, plus a cool interactive guide.
Call now for this great offer.
More races, more choices. Get AT&T Digital Cable now.
What's the most expensive part of a car? The engine? The transmission? Well, for most of us, it's the financing. And that's important to know because right now, Landmark Ford is offering rates as low as 0% on all new cars and trucks. Finance this 4x4 for 60 months, and you'll save more than $8,000 in interest alone. More than $8,000. But the program ends soon, so see us now at Landmark Ford in Tiger, just off 55 at the Haines Street exit.
Get more, get less.
A lot of chatter out there, but we have no imminent threats of any chemical or biological attack at this time in America. But the president and all of us want everybody to be very vigilant. We want you to, if you see something suspicious, be vigilant about it. If you get a package that doesn't have a return address, if it's leaking, if it's got some wires, if it's oblong, if it's got a return address different than the postmark, be careful. Contact somebody from the Postal Department and let's check it out.
Welcome back. An interesting connection now in the anthrax scare in Florida and two of the September 11th hijackers. Fox's News' Alicia Acuna is live in Boca Raton with more. Alicia.
Hi, Juan. I'm standing outside of the American Media Building, and FBI investigators are here and hazmat crews, but we haven't seen anyone go into the building, actually, since this weekend. Some 80 samples have been taken from this building, and they are now undergoing lab tests. Over the weekend, the Centers for Disease Control informed 5 more employees of American Media that they did, in fact, test positive for exposure to anthrax, and more than 300 employees will undergo additional blood tests this week. The CDC says of all of these people that they underwent initial testing last week. That's when the 5 test positives turned up, but those right now are just preliminary results, nothing confirmed just yet. We're waiting till the end of the week for some confirmations on this. An American Media spokesperson has said of these 5 people and 2 additional folks who also tested positive that right now no one is sick, no one has contracted the disease, and no one is exhibiting any symptoms of the disease. On October 5th, though, one employee, a photo editor with the tabloid newspaper The Sun, did die from anthrax. The bacteria was found on his keyboard. One of his co-workers told me that he doesn't believe Stevens was the intended target. Anthrax also showed up on a mailroom container and on 2 mailroom employees who are now on antibiotics. Also, over the weekend, the FBI interviewed a pharmacist. His name is Greg Chatterton from Huber's Discount Drug in Delray Beach, Florida. That's because a hijacker, one of the hijackers, Mohammed Atta, who used to live in this area, used to frequent the store. Chatterton says he sold antibiotics and skin ointment to Atta, whose hands had some sort of skin irritation.
He basically said to me, "Do you have anything for hands that look like this?" And I said, well, they're red. And they were red from just the palms, from the wrist down. And I said, well, what seems to be wrong with your palms? He says, they're burning and they itch. They're red. They're bothersome.
The FBI is also trying to determine whether or not there is a connection between the American media anthrax attack and the attacks of September 11th. Investigators have interviewed the wife of the editor for The Sun. She's a real estate agent who rented a couple of apartments to the hijackers. The FBI says they believe the apartments were used as meeting places for the hijackers, and right now the FBI says they aren't drawing any conclusions from this, that it could be just a coincidence. The FBI, the lead agency in all of this, though, today said that they aren't planning any more news briefings today, so apparently we won't be hearing from them anytime soon. They have said, though, that they will continue the more than 800 interviews with the American media employees that they need to complete. And again, Juan, more testing this week and possibly some confirmations on what these anthrax exposures actually mean. Juan, back to you.
Alicia Cunha reporting live from Boca Raton. Thanks so much for the latest on that anthrax scare in Florida. Now back to Patty Ann.
And Juan, more on anthrax. The fear of it is spreading to post offices. Fox's Dari Alexander is live in Trenton, New Jersey, where one of the letters containing anthrax was postmarked. Dari?
Hi, Patty Ann. You know, actually, the FBI, postal inspectors, and an epidemiologist out here scrambling to get a handle on the situation. This after the September 18th letter, the one that went to NBC, they found out came through this Trenton, New Jersey office. And also, we're finding out that the letter sent to Senate Minority Leader Tom Daschle also was postmarked on the 18th and came through this very same office. We've seen them walking around outside, boxes in hand. We understand they were inside talking to workers, also looking for evidence. Basically, they're trying to get a handle on the exact address of where this anthrax came from and also the source of the anthrax.
Well, we want to be careful not to compromise the integrity of the investigation, but it's safe to say that through the automated equipment that's available at the Trenton P&DC, we can pretty much pinpoint when the item was handled at our postmarking equipment, and from that point determine when it was brought into the facility.
Now, also, they had an epidemiologist out here from New Jersey, from the state, talking to workers, basically trying to make them feel more comfortable about what is going on in the situation. Obviously, a lot of them are concerned since two of the letters did come through here. So he did talk to them this morning, basically trying to allay their fears about anthrax.
The employees here had concerns about their safety and health, as many employees around the country, not just postal workers, have. And we were asked to come and, just talk to them about what anthrax is and what, if any, risks that they might have in working in this facility, principally because of that postmark letter, and we did that.
Now, Dr. Bresnitz also wanted to definitely emphasize the fact that there have been no confirmed cases of anthrax in the entire state of New Jersey. He also did, though, say that two workers have been complaining of feeling sick, and after the confirmation of the postmarked letter from September 18th came through here, after they found out it did come through here, they decided to test two employees in this particular regional facility. So we are awaiting the results of their test, although they do believe that it is not related to their sickness. However, we should tell you that in a press conference that we had earlier today with the inspector of the post office, he did say that they are setting up new guidelines for workers on exactly how to handle packages and letters, anything that may be suspicious. And also, get this, Patty Ann, they are making available gloves for any and all workers who feel as though they may be in any kind of a threatening situation or may feel uncomfortable about working here. They want everyone to work here and feel very, very comfortable. So once again, they are offering gloves to all employees who work at postal facilities. Reporting live in Trenton, New Jersey, I'm Dari Alexander. Back to you.
All right, Dari Alexander, thank you. And gloves being worn by the folks in our own mailroom, and considered a good precaution to take, considering that it can be transferred through the skin. Well, signs of the deadly bacteria showing up at a Microsoft licensing office in Reno. Fox News correspondent John Dupree is live in Carson City with the latest test results. John?
After waiting all weekend long, we're finally getting answers on what happened to the 6 Microsoft Corporation employees who handled a letter that had been contaminated with an anthrax bacterium. They are all in the clear, according to health officials here in the state of Nevada. None of them contracted the airborne form of the bacterium. That's the deadly part. And those tests on all of them have come back negative. At the offices of Microsoft's Reno, Nevada headquarters, it is said that nobody else came in contact with that contaminated letter. No one else, we are told, was exposed when the letter sent from this building with a payment to a computer software vendor in Singapore returned to the mailroom. It had been tampered with and someone had inserted pictures of nude women clipped from a magazine, and it had appeared that the envelope had been dipped in some sort of liquid. Employees were suspicious enough of the envelope that they reported it to authorities, who now say it is their hope that the anthrax spores on the envelope were the other, less dangerous variety.
And that it may be that investigators will be trying to determine whether or not this was simply a contaminant from soil as opposed to a deliberate attempt to harm anyone.
Officials here in Nevada await word from the Centers for Disease Control in Atlanta on exactly what type of anthrax spores were on that envelope. The governor will speak to us in a few hours, and we'll bring you word. He will make the announcement on what they have learned as the Centers for Disease Control have tested the latest, here in Nevada, the latest envelope which was found to be contaminated. Back to New York.
All right, John Dupree, thank you. And straight ahead on Fox News Live, heavy bombing near Kabul on the 9th day of the U.S. attacks on the Taliban. We'll take you to Afghanistan for the latest. And later, the antibiotic Cipro flying off pharmacy shelves across the nation. Americans on high alert in the wake of the anthrax scares. We'll tell you what the government has planned to keep our homeland secure next.
Okay, I'm here. Good. I just wanted to make sure that the new computers are ready to ship. They're ready. And they're loaded with the latest operating system? They're loaded. And your store guys are ready to teach people all the stuff they can do? They're all set. You know, Ted, you're lucky to have a cow for a best friend. Dogs are so overrated.
Snuggle audition, take one. And action.
You.
Oh.
Wait. I'm snuggly soft.
Thank you. Next.
I get towels. Fluffy.
Right. Next.
I get blankets. Cuddly.
I don't think so.
When it comes to real softness, there's only one Snuggle. Snuggle. There's no substitute for softness.
29. 30. 30.
Now at Red Lobster, you can get 30 mouth-watering shrimp for just $9.99. Red Lobster, go overboard.
Time to relax. What a time for bad heartburn. Try Extra Strength Mylanta. It works on tough nighttime heartburn fast. So go ahead, relax, if you can. Extra Strength Mylanta.
If you've ever wanted to do something bold about breast cancer, this is your chance. The Avon Breast Cancer 3-Day. A spectacular 3-day walk, a journey of kindness, with thousands of people who have never done anything like this in their lives. Everything's provided. Hot meals, sleeping tents, and training to get in shape. The Avon Breast Cancer 3-Day. It's time to do something bold about breast cancer. 800-825-1000 or bethepeople.com. 800-825-1000.
Bottom of the hour now, and here are the latest developments at this hour. Preliminary tests on a letter sent to Senate Majority Leader Tom Daschle show that it contains anthrax. But Senator Daschle says the business of Congress will go on. The senator says there were 40 people in his office at the time. He does not know how many came in contact with the letter. Capitol Police say 2 field tests show a powdery substance in the envelope is anthrax. Further testing is being done at a U.S. Army facility in Maryland. In Germany, a white powder was found in the mailroom at the German Chancellor's offices. The mailroom is sealed. The substance is being tested. U.S. warplanes hit Afghanistan with a 9th day of round-the-clock bombing raids, but U.S. planes are dropping some non-lethal things as well. Defense Secretary Donald Rumsfeld saying leaflets are being dropped to assure the Afghan people the U.S. supports them and is trying to free them from the Taliban's grip. Meanwhile, leaders of the Northern Alliance say they're gathering forces for an assault on Taliban positions. The alliance says its forces are prepared for a major attack on the northern Taliban-held city of Mazar-e Sharif. Well, heavy bombing in Kabul as American warplanes punish terror targets in Afghanistan. Fox's Steve Harrigan is on the front lines. He is live in Bagram, Afghanistan. He joins us by video phone. Steve?
Well, this was the heaviest daytime bombing raids that we saw so far. We saw the strikes beginning at about 9:30 in the morning here, clear blue skies. You couldn't see the jets, but you could hear them, and certainly you could hear their payload once it fell. Now, in the past, during these airstrikes, we have seen anti-aircraft fire come up from 5 or 6 points around the city of Kabul. Today, we saw none. In fact, the only thing we heard were some automatic rifles being fired off, of course, quite ineffective against jets. Finally, the Northern Alliance, the opposition here in Afghanistan, is saying it's making key gains around the largest city in the north. Finally, some good news from the Northern Alliance. They say they are progressing on the city of Mazar-e-Sharif. They tell us that they expect to be in that city within the next 24 hours. Of course, this is a most important city, both because it has an airport and because it is on a key highway from Uzbekistan. So a real tactical gain coming up for the Northern Alliance here in Afghanistan. Back to you.
All right, Steve Harrigan, thank you. And we welcome Shepard Smith now. Hi, Shep.
Hello, Patty Ann. Thanks very much. The anthrax scare now hitting Capitol Hill after the Senate Majority Leader receives a letter containing what's believed to be, at least in preliminary testing, that powder. Fox News correspondent James Rosen in Washington now with the story. And James, it's my understanding that his staffers, some of them are being tested and that they're working on this powder, but it's only been preliminarily tested. Is that right?
That's right, Shepard. 2 tests done so far, both apparently preliminarily coming up positive for anthrax contamination. In the letter that President Bush announced today was sent to the office of Senate Majority Leader Tom Daschle. The president appeared earlier today in the Rose Garden with Italian Prime Minister Silvio Berlusconi, and that is when he made his announcement. The president said he would not put it past Osama bin Laden to have masterminded this recent spate of anthrax reports and outbreaks, but he said he has no hard data to prove as much. And then the president answered a reporter's question about whether any new cases of anthrax had developed today.
There has been today. I just talked to Leader Daschle. His office received a letter, and it had anthrax in it. The letter was field tested, and the staffers that have been exposed are being treated. The field test, the powder that had been field tested is now obviously going to the CDC lab.
Then a short while later, at a news conference following the president's disclosure, Senate Majority Leader Tom Daschle confirmed that this letter had come to his Senate office, not to his leadership office, that some 40 staffers of his personal office were in the office at that time, and that some of those staffers had come into contact with the substance.
I'm concerned deeply for my staff, and I feel so badly for each of them. They are innocent people caught up in a matter for which they have nothing to do. I am very, very disappointed and angered.
In the aftermath of this bombshell, the Senate Majority Leader confirmed that several of his staffers are being treated for their possible exposure to this substance, that he himself is taking some preventative antibiotics just as a precaution. The letter, we understand, was postmarked September 18th, and it came from Trenton, New Jersey, the same town where a letter was mailed to NBC News anchor Tom Brokaw that also apparently contained anthrax. Shepard.
James Rosen, live for us at the White House. James, thanks. The war on terror, what will it take to make the world safer? Will civilized society ever be able to let down its guard, or is that what the terrorists are waiting for? We'll talk to an expert on counterterrorism coming up. Plus, we'll go live to Uzbekistan for the latest on the attacks in Afghanistan. 37 minutes past the hour, and good to have you with us on Fox News Channel.
is experience. This is discipline. This is how investors make it through volatile markets. At Merrill Lynch, we guide our clients through market uncertainty by reassessing their risk, their asset allocation, and their financial goals. This is what a Merrill Lynch financial advisor does. This is what you do. And these are the times when we do it best.
In and out. Good. Keep the victim calm. And 1, and 2, and 3, and...
Okay, there you go. That's over 100 channels, sports, news, digital music. Installation's free, and it's only $31.99 a month.
Just $31.99 a month gets you over 100 channels of DirecTV programming. Right now with free professional installation.
So it was the digital music that... Yeah.
Today's business thought. Most hosting companies don't own their network. They hand off your data to someone else. Who hands it off to someone else? Handoffs? This isn't a football. This is your data. A message from WorldCom, the world's farthest reaching IP network. And no handoffs. Leave nothing to chance. WorldCom, Generation D.
It's the biggest daylight raid so far as U.S. jets target military headquarters and a suspected terrorist training camp in Afghanistan. Our own John Gibson is back once again with a look at these missions. Hi, John.
All right, Patty Ann, the latest actions come just one day after President Bush rejected a new offer from the Taliban to hand over Osama bin Laden. Here's a look at where the operation is coming from. We've got the USS Enterprise stationed in the Arabian Sea. That's down here. And this is a launching pad for raids into Afghanistan, flying across Pakistani airspace there. The Kitty Hawk is also down here. There are reports of U.S. personnel working at an air base in Jacobabad, Pakistan, Pakistan being here. I think this is up here, and this will give a presence up here which will allow troops to be in a better position to launch into various areas in Afghanistan. Of course, U.S. forces have arrived up here in Uzbekistan, and that allows them to go into Afghanistan fairly easily. As to what's been targeted this morning, a U.S. jet streaked across Jalalabad and dropped at least 3 bombs. It's believed bin Laden and his al-Qaeda organization operate terrorist camps there. Another plane dropped 3 bombs in northwest Kabul this morning, and U.S. jets destroyed the city's international telephone exchange there in Kabul. Other targets include the cities of Mazar-e Sharif up north and Kandahar, which is, of course, the Taliban stronghold, and Herat in the western city over near Iran. Here's a look at what's been wiped out in Kabul since Friday. Command and control centers, military housing, the telephone exchange, terrorist training camps, and various airfields and air defenses. And in Jalalabad, we've destroyed airfields, air defenses, and terrorist training camps. And the Pentagon, having a briefing about an hour ago, or more photos released today. This is a vehicle maintenance storage facility. It's kind of a sideways picture, but you get the idea. And this is what it looks like now. These pictures are either from Saturday or Sunday. These arrows point to where was a building, and heavy damage there on a building. And the red arrows point to various emplacements on the ground, probably vehicles that were also blown up. One final set of pictures. This is a motor vehicle and ordnance repair facility. As you can see, it's quite large. Before and now the after picture of the area. Both these targets are just east of Kabul. A lot of damage there, a lot of damage here, a lot of damage. Things going boom, 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 boom. So, Patty Ann, our warplanes destroying nearly all targets originally sought out, including militant training camps and weapons storage facilities, as we have seen.
Exactly. John Gibson, thanks.
All right, Patty.
Shep?
Protests in Pakistan reportedly becoming more violent since the United States strikes against Afghanistan and the Taliban there. Fox News correspondent William Lajeunesse is live with us now. He's in Peshawar, Pakistan, with the latest results and a public opinion poll there. William?
Yeah, well, Shepard, that's a great concern. This was supposed to be a national day of strikes and a national day of protests. Well, I'll tell you, massive failure. While there were some shops closing in Quetta, virtually nowhere else, we are told by the wires and our sources. Also here in Peshawar, where technically, if there was going to be an observance of that kind of thing, you'd see it. Not a shop closed. Also the protest, virtually nowhere, very small. The locals that we talk to say, listen, people are tired of demonstrations. They've been hurt by tourism. They don't want to close their shops because they want to lose more money. Now, I want to talk about that poll that you mentioned done by Newsweek of Pakistan public opinion. It's saying that 83% of Pakistanis sympathize with the Taliban. It also says 48% believe that Israel was responsible for those attacks on the Trade Center and the Pentagon. Well, those numbers are obviously very, very bleak. If this was a political campaign, your candidate's going to lose. If it's a product, and in some ways American policy is a product, it's not going to sell very well. And there's a major concern, and apparently that is being recognized now. Secretary Rumsfeld saying today, America's cause is just. We have to do a better job in places like Pakistan of selling that. National Security Advisor Condoleezza Rice almost saying the same thing. Listen, Americans have come to help Muslims in Kosovo, in Bosnia, in Kuwait. No one gives the United States credit for that, certainly not here on the streets with the people I've spoken to. So you got to recognize that these strikes have been called by the religious political parties, the same groups that are allied with the Taliban, that 83% allegedly support. Probably what it indicates, the fact that no one really observed those strikes, is that this is a very superficial support for the Taliban. It says that the United States can do better with its PR campaign here in Pakistan to hopefully turn some of the public opinion around. That, as we know, is very important to American objectives and policy. The other thing I want to talk about is the 14 journalists who have now come back from a Jalalabad, a town called Karam. Now, allegedly there, a U.S. missile killed 200 civilians. Now, those reporters did come back today. They're reporting between 18 and 100 dead. The BBC saying that basically they'd never seen so much hatred in the eyes of locals. Also, AP saying 50 homes were flattened. They saw 4 craters. Well, Secretary of Defense Rumsfeld said it wasn't a civilian village at all. He says Karam was a training camp, and in fact it may have been a munitions dump, that it was hit by U.S. bombs, and it burned for 3 to 4.5 hours. There were secondary explosions, that they saw 2 deep tunnels, and that just doesn't happen in a civilian village. And he said anyone who was a victim actually probably worked there. Also, a London newspaper is saying that that was actually an al-Qaeda, or at least adjacent to an al-Qaeda camp that specialized in development of poisons, toxins, and chemicals. The last thing I wanted to mention about this propaganda war is that the United States is fighting here. We met an Afghan refugee yesterday who lost a son on the second day of strikes, and he made it to the border with his family. He has 7 girls. We met him, and we did a story on him. It should be appearing tomorrow. Hopefully, we're still editing it. But the point is, he never knew that who bombed his country or why. I showed him pictures of the World Trade Center. He had no idea, Shepard, that America is fighting in Afghanistan because we are after somebody who killed innocent civilians in our country. Shepard?
2 wars here, certainly one of propaganda, which we are clearly not winning. William Lajeunesse on the ground for us in Peshawar, Pakistan. William, thanks.
Well, what is the best way to fight terror here at home? Joining me now is Boaz Gonor. He is the executive director of the International Policy Institute for Counterterrorism. Thanks so much for joining us.
Thank you.
Now, you've been quoted as saying that you would like to see the international community pass an international moral law that would clearly ban violence against civilians and terrorism in all forms. Isn't that already in international law in terms of crimes against humanity and atrocities?
You would be surprised. We don't have any real convention against terrorism, any international legislation against terrorism. What we have is acceptance, which is unfortunately, in my view, it's a lip service where the international community says we are against terrorism, but they don't define what is terrorism. What are you against? We have now military campaign, which is a very important campaign. It's sending a message and a threat to anyone who would like to execute such atrocities against the United States. Beware, there is a price tag for that. But this is not enough. In order to achieve real international counterterrorism campaign, you have to have a comprehensive campaign which will engage the political, economical boycotts and so on and so forth.
You were a counterterrorism advisor in Israel, which of course is no stranger to terrorism. One thing we've noticed about diplomacy is that the closer you get to peace, the more the terrorism increases. How do we get out of that vicious cycle?
Well, there are different kinds of terrorists and different kinds of motivation for terrorists. Islamic fundamentalist terrorism, which Israel suffered in Israel from this kind of terrorism by Hamas, Palestinian Islamic Jihad, and the international Islamic fundamentalist terrorism, which is headed by bin Laden and the Afghan alumni, they don't really care about peace. What they would like to achieve is to inflict Islamic fundamentalism all over the world.
Right.
It sounds weird to me and to you, but
Right.
this is very concrete. It's a holy duty in their eyes. So on that regard, peace not only that is not an achievement for them, it's just an obstacle in the way.
All right, we're going to just take a quick break, but we're going to come back with more from you. So thanks, and stay with us. We're going to be right back with more with Mr. Ginor.
Food Network's Full On Football. Here's your host, Boomer Esiason.
Hey fans, let's get in the game for the ultimate matchup, football and food. Al Roker and an all-star team of celebrity chefs serve up some exciting new specials with your favorite professional football players. Every Thursday night in October, Food Network gives you the best chips, dips, and tasty tips.
Full On Football, kicking off Thursday, October 4th.
Tune in to Food Network's Full On Football all this month on AT&T Broadband.
What's the most expensive part of a car? The engine? The transmission? Well, for most of us, it's the financing. And that's important to know because right now, Landmark Ford is offering rates as low as 0% on all new cars and trucks. Finance this Windstar for 60 months and you'll save more than $9,000 in interest alone. More than $9,000. But the program ends soon, so see us now at Landmark Ford in Tiger, just off 5-5 at the Haines Street exit.
Get more, spend less!
Just how much can you tap into with an AT&T broadband connection? Try over 100 channels of entertainment. All the phone lines a house could want. And oh yeah, internet that flows by the gallon. Hope you're thirsty.
I'm not talking to you!
Now families can enjoy the ultimate web experience and use the phone line at the same time.
Hold on a sec. Don't you get it?
I think she's in love.
Introducing Quest Connected Home. It's your home phone line with tons of great features, plus unlimited MSN broadband powered by Quest for just $72.90 a month. Now even get free activation, a $99 value. This is staying connected. This is riding the light. Quest.
9 minutes before the hour now on Fox News Live, and it's reported that more of Afghanistan's Muslim neighbors are giving the United States forces help in the war on terror. Fox News correspondent Jonathan Seri is live for us on the ground in Uzbekistan, once again on the video phone. Jonathan.
Shepard, the people of Uzbekistan seem largely supportive of the role that America is playing in the war against terrorism, but many people here have concerns about what role their own country may be playing, particularly if this country starts supporting an offensive role against Afghanistan. The question being, will there be Taliban reprisals? Right now, we're going to show you some video from Hanabad Air Base. There's been quite a lot of activity in the air, U.S. aircraft flying in and out of that base. Exactly what they're doing, though, remains shrouded in mystery. Unlike on our own soil, this country here, Uzbekistan, while part of the former Soviet Union, continues to run a government somewhat modeled on the Soviet system, where secrecy works extremely well in these parts. And when America is waging what in many respects is a very covert war, this is perhaps one of the best parts of the world to be doing that. Now we're going to show you some video along the Uzbekistan-Afghanistan border. This is a particular concern here because were the Taliban to launch a counterattack, try to invade Uzbekistan, that's the concern here. And so while there's a natural boundary, a large river separating the two countries and a fence, they're also adding fortifications to that fence, beefing up the fence and also having constant patrols there to ward off any attack. Also, the U.S. has pledged its support so that if there were such an attack, the U.S. would defend Uzbekistan's borders. Again, Shepard, most of the people that we're talking to here in Tashkent and even out in the surrounding country are supportive of what America's doing in the war against terrorism. This place here is no stranger to terrorism. A number of years ago, a number of terrorist bombs went off, blamed on radical Islamic fundamentalist groups. And while this country is predominantly Muslim, the people here understand that there is a big difference between radical Islam and the Islam that most people here happen to be practicing. They also say that they understand that the U.S. is not declaring war on Islam. They're certainly sophisticated and cosmopolitan enough to understand that. They understand that the U.S. is going against the Taliban government. There are some people here who are concerned that if they participate too much in helping the U.S., that their own country might get dragged into a war that many people here regard as an American war. But there are others who say that they will willingly fight in the name of combating terrorism. We talked to an elderly man at a mosque here yesterday. He had actually fought in World War II against the Nazis, and he said while the war didn't directly impact Uzbekistan, he felt that he was fighting against fascism, fighting for a good cause that would ultimately benefit humanity and therefore his country. And he said the war on terrorism is no different. Shepard, back to you.
Jonathan Seri reporting live from Tashkent in Uzbekistan. Jonathan, thanks.
And now we want to continue our interview with Boaz Ganor, the Executive Director of the International Policy Institute for Counterterrorism. Thanks for joining us again.
Thank you.
Some of the people over there, Osama bin Laden and his supporters, are saying that what the U.S. is doing is terrorism. Could you please explain the difference between military strikes and terrorist acts on civilians?
Of course, what the terrorists usually say is one man terrorist is another man freedom fighter, meaning if we are fighting for our freedom, we are allowed to use terrorism. The other thing they say that what the Americans are doing is terrorism. Well, we have international conventions, Geneva Hague Conventions, which says that the use of violence against civilians is forbidden. It's a war crime. As far as I understand, what the Americans are doing, they are not deliberately attacking civilians, therefore it's not a war crime. What the terrorists are doing is deliberate attack against civilians. Mm-hmm. There is no international law which says this is terrorism, and terrorism is always forbidden, regardless what is the political reasoning behind it.
Mm-hmm. Briefly, let's talk about the anthrax scare. Does this seem to you like the type of thing Osama bin Laden would be behind?
I would not like to jump to conclusions, but I think that the answer is yes. We have to bear in mind that in '98, in a media interview, he already stated that he didn't admit that he has already possession of bio ingredients and so on and so forth, but he said it's a duty, it's a religious duty to have it in order to defend the infidels, defend the Muslims from the infidels. So the motivation is there. Probably he has the capability, and therefore I would not exclude this idea.
You know, some investigators are saying that it seems unlikely that it's a terrorist attack because they're going for a higher population density, and that this might be just some deranged individual trying to copycat off of all the talk of anthrax. You don't believe that's the case?
Well, I believe one thing. Terrorism is a psychological war. Bioterrorism is very, very frightening, and that's what bin Laden is wanting to achieve now.
All right, Boaz Ganor, we're going to have to leave it there. Mayor Giuliani, New York City's mayor, is about to speak. Let's join him now live.
Good afternoon. We're here to announce a special job fair that's going to take place for New Yorkers who were displaced from their jobs or had their employment in any way affected by the World Trade Center attack on September 11th. The Twin Towers Job Expo is going to take place at Madison Square Garden.
Obviously a bit of a local issue here that the mayor is talking about, so much of his time now focusing on rehabilitation in this city. I can tell you that it was reported today that some mistakes were made in the city's handling of the anthrax incident over across the street from us at NBC. A couple of people have now tested positive for anthrax, though they have not contracted it, and there is a marked difference between the two. They will be working on the ways which authorities handle any sort of mail, any sort of investigations as well. They'll be protected quite well, according to the mayor now, in the days to come. I can also tell you that the mail, as Patty Ann mentioned earlier, is now being processed by people who are wearing gloves. That's the true across the street at NBC and here at Fox News Channel as well. The volume of mail is well down, and that without a return address no longer being opened. The mayor of New York now with some housekeeping as he works his way toward the important issues of the day.
The attack of September 11th. And I urge anyone who lost their job or anybody who's looking for a job to come to the expo, because there are jobs available for anyone that wants to work. I want to thank Governor Pataki and Madison Square Garden for their partnership in putting this expo together. The city and the state are working together in order to accomplish this. The Twin Towers Job Expo is part of a coordinated effort on the part of all of us to assist workers who may have been displaced. Since September 11, the city and its partners have identified nearly 13,000 temporary and permanent job openings for people who are seeking jobs. So the thing to do now is to match people looking for a job with the many more than sufficient job openings that exist, so that people don't have to be out of work. And anyone who has any questions about this can call 718-557-1332 from 9 a.m. to 7 p.m. on weekdays and 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. on weekends. And so far, that hotline has served over 3,500 individuals looking for jobs. Amy? Please.
Thank you. I think it's very important that the word be out, as the mayor has said, that there are jobs waiting and available. And I want to particularly tell the Spanish media that there are jobs for people who do not speak English also. We have the full gamut of jobs, and we're really waiting, and our job developers are anxious to match. Thank you very much. Oh, sí, cómo no. Sí.
I can tell you that in fact the mayor of New York is expecting that some 100,000 jobs may be lost in the New York City economy in the months to come. Let's pop that down as she begins to speak in Spanish. I can tell you that that's going to have an enormous economic impact in the city of New York and across the tri-state region, if not around the country. The mayor preparing the city for that eventuality as this domino effect takes place. There are fewer people shopping, obviously, in the district downtown. There are fewer people able to work as a result in the downtown area. Restaurants are not as full as they once were. Layoffs are being talked about widespread across the city. Not to say it's everywhere, but it's certainly an enormous concern, and they're trying to make as many jobs possible for those affected as is humanly possible.
With us that way, or you can also call 800-935-7507 if you want information about a job. And once again, this will be at Madison Square Garden on October 17 from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. Questions?
Priority going to be given to people who lost their jobs at the Trade Center?
The priority is going to be to people that lost their jobs or had their jobs interrupted because of the World Trade Center attack. But given the fact that there are a lot of jobs, I would think it's really could help anybody find a job. Okay. I'll have Bernie.
The question here about the number of calls to 911 locally, they have been very large.
And we've responded to them. We've retrieved 24 packages. So far, none of them appear to be positive for anything dangerous, and some of them have the scent of baby powder. But No, let him respond.
Basically, it's what the mayor said, and that's from 7 o'clock this morning. A lot of baby powder we anticipate, and out of the 24 packages received, they'll be sent to DOH, to the Department of Health, for analyzation, and things are flowing pretty smoothly. People should remember, do not panic. Put the item down, isolate it, contain it, and call 911.
Were any of them postponed from Trenton, New Jersey?
Excuse me?
Were any of them postponed from Trenton, New Jersey?
We haven't seen them yet.
Was there any response to those, as you described yesterday, that 2 police officers and a firefighter are responding to each of those, or how are you dealing with those calls?
Those teams, the two police officers, 1 firefighter.
How many of those teams do you currently have set up?
There's a number around the city.
And do you have adequate capacity in terms of the number of teams?
Yes, absolutely.
Is there a backlog getting to the calls?
No, there's not.
Getting to them like within a day?
Right, there have not been a backlog. And I just have to remind you, out of the 82 calls to 911, there were only 24 packages. So people are, they're sort of panicking. Relax. We got a call this morning about some dust coming from a bridge. It was concrete. There are construction workers working. People can't panic. We'll get there and take care of it. Just don't panic.
When you say baby powder, is that Frank's?
Excuse me?
Is the ones you say baby powder, is that Frank's or just somebody?
I would anticipate so.
Were any of the new calls today from other media companies?
So far, there has been one that I know of.
Is there any plan to put police officers into the post office?
I think we should really say to everyone to really calm down. The reality is that this is extreme. First of all, we have only one situation that goes back to last Friday, and actually goes back for some time. When you consider the number of people in New York, over 8 million, the amount of people that travel through the city of New York, and the amount of mail coming to the city of New York, we're dealing with one situation so far. And we can let the psychology of this kind of defeat us, as opposed to remaining calm. If you get a piece of mail or package that you think is suspicious, then leave it there. If you think it's suspicious enough to call 911, then do not pass it around to anyone. We've had situations before Friday in which, by passing it around, we ended up having to test significant numbers of people. So if you get a package, now we know what to do. If you get a package and you think it's suspicious, call 911, leave the package where it is, do not pass it around to 5 other people to show it to them. Just leave it where it is. And then we will come. We'll only have to test 1 person or 2, not lots of different people. We'll be able to contain it, and we're going to probably almost always find out that it's baby powder or something like that. But again, if you think it's suspicious enough to call 911, then you should not be passing it around to lots of people in your office or in your home, showing them what you got. Second, this is very treatable. There is no reason for anybody to be panicked by this. If you detect any of these things early enough, there are more than enough medications to deal with it adequately, and more than adequately. And doctor, do you want to say a few words about this?
Yeah, I would agree with what the mayor is saying, which is that I think people should be practical and pragmatic. I think that mail is a part of everyday life, and people should continue to receive mail. People should continue to look at their mail. They should open up letters carefully. They should look to see what the content of those letters is. And if they see something unusual, they should do exactly what the mayor said that they should do. I don't think people should do anything more than that. I think doing more than that doesn't make any sense to us based on our current understanding of the small number of situations that we had. The problem that we've had is that people open these things up, the powder spills all over the place, they pass it around to people, and that's when you run into problems. I think people in this situation, people need to use some common sense.
Some of the stuff got thrown into the trash or what we see. Was that traced? Landfill, sanitation department? Was there a trail there? Or is that the door kind of closed on that being of any concern?
That's there. It's in landfill. If it's in landfill, it does. We raised this question on Friday, but if it's been buried somewhere, it's buried. They're not gonna harm anybody, not gonna trouble anybody.
Sorry, an update on the status of the investigation into the origin of the letter from Trenton. How is that going? Are there any leads? Was there anything written on the letter that might help you decipher the origin of it?
I can't get into the investigation. The investigation is continuing, both not only on the letter from Trenton, but also on the additional letters from Florida. And I just want to stress, people think that it may be amusing, and it may be a hoax to send someone something with baby powder or talcum powder. The people that do that will be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law, hoax or not, real anthrax or not. The majority, everything we've gotten so far has not been anthrax. If we find people that have done this as a hoax.
We're going to interrupt the mayor's news conference. The Secretary of Defense, Donald Rumsfeld, coming to the microphones. Let's listen.
Can't talk about this.
And we appreciate your leadership. Members of the House of Representatives, members of the Cabinet, senior civilian and military leadership, all of which is here today, General Myers and Mary Jo and the Myers family, General Pace, Lynn and the Pace family, distinguished guests, members of the Diplomatic Corps, men and women of the armed services. We're here today to officially welcome General Dick Myers and General Peter Pace as our new chairman and vice chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. And a pleasure it is. These two men you have chosen, Mr. President, are charged with providing military advice and leadership in the new and urgent cause you lead. These are grave responsibilities, but it has always been so. Like the first chairman of the Joint Chiefs, General Omar Bradley, Dick Myers is a man of America's heartland, well-grounded in the hard work and solid values nurtured there. Genial and self-effacing, his quiet self-confidence is forged from long familiarity with responsibility, accepted willingly and discharged with great skill. His career has spanned the globe and beyond. A combat pilot in the skies of Vietnam, more recently responsible for the vast domain of space as commander of the U.S. Space Command. As a former commander of our Pacific Air Forces and of all U.S. forces in Japan, Dick is an expert in a region that will be of critical importance to us in the years ahead. As Vice Chairman, Dick Myers has helped us think through how we transform our Cold War forces to meet the challenges that were brought home so vividly on September 11th. We've worked closely together for hours and days on end, analyzing, anticipating, discussing, debating how we might best transform our armed forces to meet the threats of a dangerous new century, as you, Mr. President, charged us to do last January. Now our task is to achieve that transformation, and we will. But Dick Myers was selected not just for his past performance, but for what that performance promises for the future. He knows that the decisions we make today will shape the security of our country for decades to come. General Myers' public presence, as America is beginning to learn from his press briefings and his remarks at the memorial service last week, is reassuring. One earlier Air Force chief has noted his Gary Cooper persona. It's true, his integrity shines through. I want to also recognize Mary Jo Myers. Mary Jo, you have also answered the call to serve. For all the good counsel to Dick and your personal sacrifice for our country through so many years, we thank you. You are a bright star, and we most enthusiastically welcome you in your new role. General Myers and I will have the able support of General Peter Pace, who assumes Dick's former post as Vice Chairman of the Joint Chiefs. From the jungles of Southeast Asia to the streets of Mogadishu, General Pace has fought the country's fights, large and small, Smart, tough, he has demonstrated an extraordinary capacity for leadership every step of the way. Deputy Commander of U.S. Forces in Japan, and for the past year, the Combatant Commander of the U.S. Southern Command. In this region, terrorism has been a persistent threat, and Peter Pace is well prepared for our campaign against global terrorism. And military history is being made today. Pete becomes the first Marine to serve as Vice Chairman of the Joint Chiefs. The fact that all Marines who enjoy the rigors of recruit training will no doubt now be required to recite to the drill instructors over and over and over again. There must be a few Marines here. Of course, history is never made alone, and this talented Marine has had the able and unwavering support of his wife, Lynn. Lynn, welcome back to Washington. We're delighted to have your spirit and your energy back in this key role. Mr. President, destiny has called you to meet a new and different challenge, and an urgent challenge it is. Your words and your example in the days since the attack here at the Pentagon and on the World Trade Center have drawn Americans together. As you have reminded us, this is not just America's fight, and what is at stake is not just America's freedom. This is a fight for all who believe in progress and pluralism, tolerance, and freedom. Your emphasis on freedom finds a distinguished lineage in the Department of Defense. As we welcome our 15th chairman to that cause, I would remind us of the words of the first chairman, General Omar Bradley, who said about freedom that, and I quote, "No word was ever spoken that has held out greater sacrifice, needed more to be nurtured, blessed more the giver, damned more its destroyer, or came closer to being God's will on earth. May America ever be its protector," unquote. In these men, at this moment, freedom has able protectors. With their leadership, America will be the protector of freedom here at home and throughout the world. General Myers, General Pace, on behalf of the men and women of the armed forces, I welcome you. The President and I are counting on you. Indeed, America is counting on you, and I know you will meet the test.
The new chairman of the Joint Chiefs about to meet the nation now, and let's listen in.
Ladies and gentlemen, General Pace. Mr. President, thank you very much for being here today, sir. You do General Myers and myself, and more importantly, all of your men and women in uniform, great honor by being here. Mr. Secretary, Mrs. Rumsfeld, sir, thank you for your very kind words. To all of you who have already been mentioned by Secretary Rumsfeld as very special visitors, thank you for sharing this time with General Myers and Mary Jo, with Lynn and I and our families. I will keep my remarks short, but there are a few things that I really would be remiss if I did not mention. First, Mr. President, Mr. Secretary, thank you very much for the honor of serving as your Vice Chairman. I deeply appreciate your confidence, and I will work hard to maintain your trust. To my good friend, who has been before and is now again my boss, General Dick Myers, about whom I will say a few things more in a minute, thank you, Dick, for your part and your support in the nomination process that brought this day for me. To my fellow Joint Chiefs of Staff, to the Chief of Staff of the Army, General Rick Shinseki, to the Commandant of the Marine Corps, General Jim Jones, to our Chief of Naval Operations, Admiral Vern Clark, to our Chief of Staff of the Air Force, General John Jumper, and to our shipmate, the Commandant of our Coast Guard, Admiral Jim Loy. Each of you is a personal friend, and I've served with each of you multiple times over the years. You are superb leaders, and it is my distinct honor to serve with you as a member of the Joint Chiefs as we endeavor to give the best possible military advice to our national command authorities. I have a very special message that I would ask those men and women who serve in our armed forces to hear from me today, and you are so well represented by the men and women on parade here this afternoon. About 34 years ago, in the jungles of Vietnam, I learned from lance corporals and sergeants what sacrifice was all about. And it was their blood that gave me a debt that I can never fully repay. But I promise to each of you today that as long as I have the privilege of being the Vice Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, that my efforts will be to ensure that you continue to receive the support that you so richly deserve. And lastly, to my family, to my mom, Doris Pace, Waretown, New Jersey, who's here today, to my dad, who died when I was Lieutenant Colonel. Thank you for instilling in me family values and a deep love of this country. My dad was born in Italy. He died a proud citizen of the United States of America. And I know he's watching this day from upstairs with great pride. My mom, of course, would tell you that all the words that the Secretary of Defense just said were all true. My dad's probably scratching his head a little bit. To my brothers, Sim and Tom, Tom's here today, and my sister Elizabeth, thanks for the family support. To my wife Lynn of 34 years, we've been married 30, she's been holding my hand for 34. And to our two wonderful children, First Lieutenant / Captain Select Peter Pace, and our daughter Tiffany Marie, both of whom make us so proud and to me embody the American family and all that is good about our country. Thank you for your support. You have sacrificed a lot. You would be the first to say that your sacrifice has been no greater than that of so many thousands of other military families around the world. And you're right, but you're my family, and I love you for all that you've done. Now it is my great honor and privilege to introduce the man who was just the 5th Vice Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff and is now the 15th Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, a man who I have served with before as his deputy in Japan, and a man who is ready for the unique challenges that we face today. Dick Myers is a great aviator. He is a visionary leader, and he is the man who is the absolute correct person to serve as Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. Please join me in welcoming Dick to the lectern.
The Secretary of Defense is convinced that those crutches have become a crutch, and he's tired of fetching my coffee for me, so in about 2 days they go away. But President Bush, Secretary and Mrs. Rumsfeld Joyce, members of the Diplomatic Corps, members of Congress, Director Albaugh, Secretary Wolfowitz, service secretaries, the many members of government that I hope are here that I've worked with over the last several years, both NSC staff and so forth, fellow Joint Chiefs, past and present, combatant commanders, men and women of the armed forces, great friends from home and from abroad and from assignments past all the way back to grade school, to combat friends, to a couple of friends from Japan who flew in just today for this event and will fly back tonight. And to family members, and Pete, I'm just going to echo your words without I think Mary Jo and the children and the rest of the family know how much their support has meant to me. As Mary Jo has said, I'd probably still be pumping gas in Manhattan, Kansas if it weren't for her. I absolutely agree. And ladies and gentlemen, well, good afternoon and thank you all for coming. My good friend and new Vice Chairman, General Pete Pace, did me a great honor with his introduction. And Pete, I thank you for those kind words. To Pete and Lynn, Mary Jo and I are absolutely delighted to be working with you both again. I can think of no one better that I'd want by my side in my tenure as chairman. So thank you, Pete, for accepting this duty again. And of course, I wouldn't be here today were it not for the votes of confidence from President Bush and Secretary Rumsfeld, and for that, I thank both of you sincerely. In a way, it's fitting that we can complete this changing of the guard here at Fort Myer, home of our nation's old guard. And it's more appropriate still that we're in this hall named for a legendary combat veteran, Colonel Joseph Comney, a soldier's soldier who epitomized the very best of American values that we defend each day, but particularly those values that we defend in combat today. So while we're here to mark a significant milestone in the career of two generals, the honor of today's ceremony really belongs with the troops. If we could, for just a moment, could we applaud these troops who represent over 1 million men and women? Of course, they represent over the 2 million men and women, active reserve, National Guard, the soldiers, the sailors, the airmen, the Marines, the Coast Guardsmen, currently defending good against evil, freedom against tyranny, and security against the anarchy of terrorism. It's to them we owe this tribute. And I couldn't be prouder to represent America's fighting men and women back here in Washington, D.C., and to serve as their advocate in helping ensure a quality of life for them that is commensurate with the obligations, the sacrifices, and the risk that they shoulder on behalf of our great nation. And in that group, I've got to include our Department of Defense civilians who are an integral part of this team and make us as effective as we are. Some have argued that since the 11th of September, the armed forces have seen a radical reordering of our priorities, that our young men and women in uniform never anticipated being foot soldiers in a war against terrorism, that General Pace and I never anticipated such a baptism by fire when offered our new appointments. Of course, that suggestion is partially correct. Sure, a month ago, no one in uniform would have predicted that this fall we'd be actively fighting a worldwide campaign to eradicate terrorism. That much is true. But make no mistake, the priority of every man and woman who serves in the armed forces of the United States has been and always will be the same, and that is to support and defend the nation against all enemies. And we will not waver from that fundamental task so clearly articulated in the oath that we take. Fate suggests that you can't choose your moment. It chooses you. But you can rise to fate's challenge, and we will. Those who attacked us clearly don't understand this about our nation. They don't understand that adversity draws us together, strengthens our resolve, and sharpens our talons. As part of America's larger effort to use the full measure of its instruments of power, its diplomatic means, its economic means, its informational means, your armed forces will do their part too, offering, if necessary, the full measure of devotion. It isn't material rewards that drive the devotion, nor the allure of medals from past glories, nor even the prestige, the perceived prestige of the positions we assume. Rather, it's the knowledge that we're part of something bigger than ourselves. It's a chance to make a difference in preserving the national security of the United States. Today's event is billed as a welcome ceremony, and I appreciate the sentiment. But let me turn that theme on its head for just a moment. Let me tell you instead what I welcome with this office the President and Secretary have entrusted to me. I welcome the opportunity to lead America's joint warfighting team in winning the global war on terrorism. I welcome the opportunity to make clear that terrorists will find no quarter, no refuge, no solace anywhere on the globe. And of course, I welcome the opportunity to help secure our nation and ensure the freedom so imbued in the spirit of the American people. None of this will be easy, but nothing is more important. And of course, there will be cost, but nothing is more worth the price that we'll pay. And there may be setbacks, but nothing will steal us more in our determination to move forward. These are the challenges I welcome, even as I appreciate your warm reception today. I know I'm a lucky man. I'll not face those challenges alone. The United States Armed Forces are captained by an outstanding senior team led by the Secretary of Defense, the Deputy Secretary, the combatant commanders, and the service chiefs. With this team, the challenges are surmountable. The perceived roadblocks simply intangible. Collectively, we're luckier still. There is another leader, one who has stepped up to meet those challenges, one who is determined to defeat those who brought evil and violence to our shores on 11 September, one who is leading this nation to victory. Ladies and gentlemen, our Commander-in-Chief, the President of the United States, George W. Bush.
Thank you all. Thank you very much. Mr. Chairman, thanks for those kind remarks and congratulations once again. I know your family's proud, and I want to congratulate Mary Jo, Rich, and your daughters Nicole and Erin. I also want to congratulate Pete Pace, who succeeds General Myers as the Vice Chairman. Pete, I want to congratulate Lynn as well, Tiffany, Lieutenant Pete Pace, and of course I got to congratulate your mom, Doris. Moms are pretty important, as I learned firsthand, and so did you. Mr. Secretary, we did a fine job in picking these two men. There's no question we made the right choice. And there's no question I made the right choice when I named you Secretary of Defense. The country is coming to know Don like I know him. He's a no-nonsense kind of guy. He speaks his mind. He's results-oriented. He's the right man at the right time to defeat the evil ones. I appreciate your service. I appreciate the service of Paul Wolfowitz, your deputy, and all the folks you've assembled at the Defense Department. I also want to welcome the members of Congress who are here. I know Congressman Ike Skelton's here, and others are as well. General Myers and I have spent a lot of quality time together recently. He has my complete confidence. Richard B. Myers is the 15th chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, taking his place in a line that began with another general who was born in Missouri, Omar Bradley. And like Omar Bradley, General Myers is known for his calm manner, sound judgment, and his clear strategic thinking. Now, at any time, those qualities would be important, but today they're indispensable. When General Myers and General Pace stood at my side in Crawford, Texas this summer, I spoke of our duty to protect and defend America's values and interests in the world. Since that time, those values and interests have come under direct attack. America has awakened to a great danger. We have entered a different kind of war, and the enemy is finding out we are ready. We are fighting this war, and we will win this war on many fronts, by diplomacy, law enforcement, financial sanctions, and intelligence. And our military is playing an essential role. 8 days ago, I sent the armed forces into action. They have performed with skill and precision. They know their work, and they know the American people are behind them. I made a commitment to every serviceman and woman for the mission that lies ahead. You will have everything you need, every resource, every weapon, every means to assure full victory for the United States, our allies, our friends, and the cause of freedom. In the war against terror, there will be times of swift and visible action. There will be times of steady and quiet progress. We will be patient, and we will be persistent. The terrorists are beginning to understand there is no place to run. There is no place to hide. There is no place to rest. During last week's memorial service at the Pentagon, Secretary Rumsfeld observed that the terrorists reserve special contempt for the United States military, and it's easy to see why. In the values and traditions of our military, you represent everything they hate. You defend human freedom. You value life. Here and around the world, you keep the peace that they seek to destroy. You live by a code of honor and a tradition of loyalty and decency. The new chairman of the Joint Chiefs represents the best in this tradition. Since the day he was commissioned a second lieutenant in 1965, Dick Myers has brought great credit to his uniform and to his country. He and his outstanding vice chairman have assumed crucial positions at a crucial hour, and our country is thankful for your service. May God bless you all, and may God bless the United States.
President Bush at the welcoming ceremony for the new chairman of the Joint Chiefs. An orderly process, lots of thank yous, reminders of how cool mothers are. No time better for that. We'll be joining the president throughout the day, and James Rosen's been watching the activities at the White House today as the president speaks. James?
We're watching President Bush participate in ceremonies at Fort Myer, Virginia, to welcome aboard the new chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, Air Force General Richard Myers, a decorated Vietnam veteran. President Bush earlier today told a stunned nation that the anthrax scare has now extended its reach into the highest offices of the United States Congress, disclosing that a letter containing anthrax was received in the office of Senate Majority Leader Tom Daschle. In a Rose Garden appearance with Italian Prime Minister Silvio Berlusconi, the president said he wouldn't put it past Osama bin Laden to have masterminded this recent spate of anthrax reports and outbreaks across the country, but said so far no hard data proves as much. And then the president was asked if any new cases of anthrax had developed today. He broke the news about the letter to Daschle's office. There you see the president now with a little earlier today with Prime Minister Berlusconi of Italy. And the president said a powdery substance had been brought from Senator Daschle's office to a CDC laboratory. And then he described the letter and the circumstances surrounding its discovery.
There has been today, I just talked to Leader Daschle. His office received a letter, and it had anthrax in it. The letter was field tested, and the staffers that have been exposed are being treated. The field test, the powder that had been field tested is now obviously going to the CDC lab.
In a news conference following the president's disclosure, Senate Majority Leader Daschle confirmed the letter was opened at his personal senatorial office, not his leadership office, at around 10:30 Eastern Time today, that some 40 staffers were present in his office at the time the letter was discovered, and that an unknown number of those staffers had come into contact with the substance.
I would say, without equivocation, our staff feel very confident about their circumstances, and they've been given assurances, as Dr. Isold and Mr. Nichols have just noted, that there is no immediate danger for them, given the fact that we were able to respond as quickly and as directly as we could.
So far, some good news there. Now, the Daschle office was quickly evacuated. Staffers exposed to the letter were treated with antibiotics, as was Senator Daschle himself, on a protective basis. Mail screening procedures for all offices on Capitol Hill have been tightened, and a criminal inquiry has begun. The first lead in that criminal inquiry is probably the postmark on this letter. It was dated September 18th, and it came from Trenton, New Jersey. That is the exact same postmark that appeared on the anthrax-contaminated letter that made its way last week into the hands of NBC News anchor Tom Brokaw up in New York. Reporting live from the White House, James Rosen, Fox News. Back to you, Shane.
James, thanks very much. And the mayor here in New York speaking about just that very incident today and about how many other hoaxes have come forward since then. That letter received by Tom Brokaw's office, opened by an assistant, that assistant has tested positive for the substance. A police officer, a couple of medical workers who were involved in that incident have now tested positive, but everybody's being treated. Nobody is in any danger. The person who was first to open this letter is not even in the hospital being treated by antibiotics. There was a suspicious letter received here at Fox News Channel on the second floor. The executive floor. The person who opened it has been tested. Nobody's tested positive. In fact, the mayor, Rudy Giuliani, says there have been 24 suspicious packages with some sort of powder in them received. Most of them now confirmed to be talcum powder or baby powder or something of the like. Hoaxes, some. The mayor promising that those who are responsible for such hoaxes will be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law. And the mayor reminding not only the city of New York, but the nation, it is not time to panic. Do care, of course. If you receive mail that has powdery substance in it and you feel a little freaky about it, then call someone and have it tested. But it's not going to kill you. There are antibiotics enough to treat 1 million cases, just from the, 2 million cases, that is, from the United States government alone, not to mention the abundant supply, which is, well, not so abundant, but it's out there at least in pharmacies across the nation. So if they are trying to bring us down, they cannot do it on an individual basis. If they're trying to spread fear, well, we're in charge of that. And the mayor and others, senior executives in Washington, reminding us, don't freak out. That's what they want us to do. So don't do it. We're back in just a minute with much more news this afternoon. We'll be getting a check-in on our foreign bureaus today. We have a team of crews across the region now, from Uzbekistan to Pakistan, behind the lines in Afghanistan. Fox News Channel has you covered across the nation and around the world as America strikes back.
Okay, I'm here. Good. I just wanted to make sure that the new computers are ready to ship. They're ready. And they're loaded with the latest operating system? They're loaded. And your store guys are ready to teach people all the stuff they can do? They're all set. You know, Ted, you're lucky to have a cow for a best friend. Dogs are so overrated.
When they need to get it fast, count on express mail from the U.S. Postal Service.
We want hug.
The United States Postal Service is everywhere, so you can be anywhere.
28. 29. 30. 30.
Now at Red Lobster, enjoy 30 mouth-watering shrimp for just $9.99. Mix and match tangy lemon pepper shrimp, delicious shrimp pasta, savory scampi, fried and more. Red Lobster. Go overboard.
Who'd you expect? Bob Dole?
Follow Mark Martin and the Viagra racing team this season.
Get to your doctor for a checkup and find out if a free sample of Viagra is right for you.
And for more information right now, race over to Viagra.com.
Minutes before the hour now on Fox News Channel, the Secretary of State, Colin Powell, in Pakistan sending a message looking to soothe tensions in the region, especially between India and Pakistan, with Kashmir right in the mix. Fox News correspondent Amy Kellogg is live with us once again today from her post in Islamabad. Hello, Amy.
Hey, Shepard. Well, this is really important because it is the first meeting, the first face-to-face between high-level officials from Pakistan and the U.S. since the September 11th attacks. Colin Powell, on his trip over here, said that he wanted to extend his thanks to President Musharraf for his courage and for his support of the coalition against terrorism. Now, he is going to have to walk, though, somewhat of a tightrope here because, first of all, he needs to be very careful between India and Pakistan. Of course, as you mentioned, there are tensions, and he needs to not show favoritism to one side or the other, or what is perceived as favoritism. Also, it's a touchy situation here in Pakistan because, as you know, a lot of people here are very much opposed to this coalition and Pakistan's backing of it. So he needs to be careful to keep a low profile to an extent, to show his support, but also not to inflame the passions here on the streets. Now, the Kashmir situation, unfortunately, really kind of blew up today just after Secretary of State Colin Powell arrived here. Some Pakistani border posts, they're basically on this ceasefire line where it had been quiet for 10 months, were shelled, and there were warnings today in the local papers that something like that might happen, that India might be taking some, quote, proactive action before the winter time hits. So anyway, this is very much of concern to a lot of people here. There's concern that it might be something of a trend, actually. Now, in Pakistan, of course, there's been concern about unrest, and there have been all sorts of demonstrations. Today there was one called a strike against Colin Powell's visit, and that really turned out to be a dud, Shepard. There weren't a whole lot of people out on the streets. A lot of stores closed down, and it wasn't quite as inflamed as people would think or were worried. Back to you, Shepard.
All right. Amy Kellogg live for us in Islamabad. Amy, thanks very much. Another one of Afghanistan's neighbors joining the war on terror now, giving the United States a helping hand, it has been reported. Fox News correspondent Jonathan Seri is live on the video phone now from Tashkent in Uzbekistan. Jonathan.
Yeah, Shepard, here in Uzbekistan, you're not facing the same problems that we're seeing with many people in the streets of Pakistan. Certainly not seeing any of the demonstrations here. For one thing, the government here maintains much tighter social control. But also, if you talk to the people here, it seems like the vast majority, at least the vast majority of the people that we've spoken with, are very supportive of America's war on terrorism. This country here has fallen victim to terrorist bombings in recent years. The government has blamed it on radical Islamic groups, and while the majority of people here are Muslim, they do understand the difference. Most people here are fairly moderate in their religious views, and they detest any radical activity, especially when it comes to terrorism. Also, the people here tell us that they understand that the U.S. is not declaring war on Islam, but that the U.S. has declared war on the Taliban, trying to oust the Taliban regime. I'm going to take you now to some video of Hanabad Airport, Hanabad Air Base. That's located about 90 miles north of the Afghanistan border. There's been a flurry of activity, U.S. planes flying in and out of that base. Their exact missions, though, shrouded in mystery. Authorities maintaining that 5-kilometer barrier around the air base there, detaining anyone who tries to gain access inside. Now we're going to show you some pictures from the actual border, the border separating Afghanistan and Uzbekistan. Obviously, people here are very concerned that if Uzbekistan is perceived as helping America in the war against terrorism, specifically if it became involved in offensive attacks, that the Taliban might try to launch some sort of invasion, try to invade Uzbekistan. So they've been fortifying a fence there on the border, and also the U.S. has pledged its support in defending Uzbekistan's borders. Shepard, back to you.
Jonathan Seri reporting live for us in Tashkent, Uzbekistan. Jonathan, thanks. Mentioning a little bit earlier how these anthrax scares have a lot of people on edge across the nation. Most of them, the vast majority, have turned out to be hoaxes. And with that in mind, I bring you this breaking development. A Continental Airlines jet with 155 passengers on board has been quarantined now at Cleveland Hopkins Airport, the city of Cleveland's Hopkins Airport, due to an anthrax scare there. Mayor Michael White's office reports that a flight attendant found a powdery white substance on board flight 456 from Las Vegas to Cleveland. Again, that's flight 456, Continental Airlines flight 456 from Las Vegas to Cleveland. Found a powdery white substance on. Officials are investigating the incident and interviewing the passengers now. But this is the important part. The mayor's office says there is no evidence that the substance was in fact anthrax or any other biological hazard. Della Hominick, who is with the mayor's office, is on the phone with us now from Cleveland. Ms. Hominick, thanks for coming on. Tell us what you know about this flight.
Well, the first thing I want to say is that we did not say that there was no evidence to indicate that it was anthrax. What we said was the testing team had arrived, they had boarded the aircraft, and were conducting the tests as we speak right now.
Ms. Hominick, I was reading that off the Associated Press wires, and since you say it, let me ask you this. Is there something there to suggest that this may in fact be anthrax?
No, there's nothing to suggest either way. That's why the testing team is in place.
Understood. Are all the passengers still on board this flight? Again, for our viewers who may have someone who's flying today, it's
Yes.
Continental Airlines flight 456 from Las Vegas to Cleveland. Are the passengers still on board?
Yes, they are.
And it's quarantine, under lockdown, I'm guessing, and what's the scene like there?
I can't say. I'm downtown right now. We have people on the scene, but I haven't spoken to them for about 10 or 15 minutes. There are the fire department is on the scene. Cleveland Police Department is on the scene. There are members of the FBI and the hazardous materials unit there. And the testing team just arrived, suited up, and went onto the aircraft.
Terrific. Ms. Hominick, do you know, we're running out of time, but do you know where on board the plane this white powdery substance was found?
No, I don't.
All right. Della Hominick from the mayor's office in Cleveland, Ohio. Thank you very much. Again, it's Continental Airlines flight 456 from Las Vegas to Cleveland, now on the ground with a bit of an anthrax scare, a white powdery substance found on board. Fox station WJW in Cleveland is en route. When we have new information, we'll bring it to you on Fox News Channel. Good to have you with us.
Next February, we've got the home snow. The Winter Olympics in our house, Salt Lake City, 2002. See it on the networks of NBC.
To advertise within the 2002 Olympic Games, call AT&T Media Services at 503-535-6120.
I can listen. I can cook.
Good. I can coach.
Kids with something to do are less likely to do drugs.
I can drive.
I can paint.
I can dance. A little of your time can make a lifetime of difference.
I can read.
I can help. You can help. Call toll-free 1-877-KIDS-313 to find out about community drug prevention programs.
I can keep a kid off drugs.
It's in about 5 seconds for easy storage, using 80% less space than a rollaway bed. The Aero Extra Bed in a Minute is non-allergenic and easy to clean. And best of all, it uses all your standard size linens. Your Aero Bed comes complete with the attached electric airflow pump, the one-touch comfort controls, and patented quick-release deflation valve. All for just 4 easy payments of only $33. But listen to this. If you call within the next 30 minutes, we'll take off an entire payment. Through this special television offer, you'll receive the Aero Bed for just 3 easy payments of $33. Plus, as a special bonus, we'll give you this convenient carrying bag absolutely free. Get your credit card ready and call the toll-free number on your screen now, or send check or money order to the address shown. You can get the Aero Extra Bed in a Minute sleep system for just 3 easy payments of $33, plus shipping and handling with a full 30-day money-back guarantee. And if you call right now, we'll even give you the carrying bag absolutely free. Call the toll-free number on your screen now.
Before the hour now on Fox News Channel. Once again, a plane on the ground in Cleveland, Ohio. It is flight 456 from Vegas to Cleveland. A flight attendant finds a powdery substance. They quarantine the plane. The testers are in there now just to make sure that it's not anthrax. About 150 passengers being held on board. Fox News correspondent Jonathan Dupree, I understand, had a similar sort of situation just last night. Right, John?
Sounds all too familiar to us. My photographer, Scott King, my producer, Brian Loring, and I were flying here from Phoenix last night to cover another anthrax scare in Reno. As soon as we touched down at Reno International Airport, we taxied all the way to the far end of the runway, as far from the airport as we could have gotten. We sat there for 3 hours, Shepard, in quarantine, as hazmat crews surrounded our aircraft. They geared up, they boarded the plane, and they found what had been reported to be a suspicious container which contained a powdery white substance. It was a shaker of salt. Nevertheless, we and our fellow passengers, about 100 of them, were quarantined for 3 hours early this morning while officials made sure that it was not some sort of poison, some sort of anthrax, some sort of deed done by some criminal who wanted to hurt somebody on that plane. And so it just goes to show you, as we were listening to you talk about what happened in Cleveland, how this scare is nationwide, and nobody is immune from it.
All right, John Dupree reporting for us. John, thanks very much. Of course, this is a flight on the way from Las Vegas to Cleveland with a white powdery substance on board. We can certainly hope that that is not anthrax, and we will keep you updated as we get information. Once U.S. planes run out of bombing targets in Afghanistan, special forces operating deep behind enemy lines are almost certain, according to the experts, to play a key role in the mission's next phase. But what will it take to capture Osama bin Laden? There's a $64 million question, isn't it? Joining us now, James Kimsey, a former Army Ranger who served 2 tours in Vietnam. Good to see you, sir.
Thank you for
capturing Osama bin Laden. That's a tall order. I don't know if I could even put that question to you.
Well, I think it's a difficult mission. He's clearly an intelligent guy who's thought his way through this, and he's going to be very difficult to catch, but I think we have the right people to do that.
What exactly would your best idea in a theoretical sort of way be for the way special forces might be effective and useful in a terrain and an atmosphere like this one?
Well, special operations people, our special operations people own the night. Even in the dead of winter, we can move around at night. We have technology that allows us to operate very effectively during the nocturnal hours, and I think that's going to give us a terrific advantage. And I think our people are extraordinarily well trained and well led.
Yeah, no question about it. The big question that does remain is the issue of this terrain. There are wide open spaces in the flats, which do exist, where it's very hard to find any shelter, and an enormous amount of spaces within this rocky terrain that goes to some of the world's highest peaks, as we've shown repeatedly, where these guys who are natives know how to hide, and it can be rough going. Let's ask the Soviets, why don't we?
Well, the Soviets operated mostly in the daylight. They didn't have the technology we do to operate at night. And once again, I will say that I think that we fully understand the challenges that face our folks, and I think they understand what they need to do, and I think it's going to be long and laborious, but in the end, I think we'll accomplish our mission.
What has to be done to allow them to get in first? What sort of chopper activity that could put some of our people in danger? You can't just, beam them in.
Well, I'm clearly not in a position to talk to this point.
Well, obviously you have to get, let's face it, you got to get helicopters in there, and they've got the SA-7s that can cause some problems, especially from mountain ranges.
No, I think we have a range of assets that we're going to deploy. It's been a number of years since I've been involved in this kind of activity, and I think I have met with our special operations people of this era, and I have to tell you, they are far superior in training and in attitude than people back in my era.
Understood.
They're well done.
Good to know. Thank you very much, James Kimsey. We appreciate it. I'll see you back here tonight, 7 Eastern, 4 Pacific on the Fox Report. Neil Cavuto is next. See you later.
If you've ever wanted to do something bold about breast cancer, this is your chance. The Avon Breast Cancer 3-Day. A spectacular 3-day walk, a journey of kindness, with thousands of people who have never done anything like this in their lives. Everything's provided. Hot meals, sleeping tents, and training to get in shape. The Avon Breast Cancer 3-Day. It's time to do something bold about breast cancer. 800-825-1000 or bethepeople.com. 800-825-1000.
When I start each morning, when my kids need a playmate.
Prozac Weekly is here. Ask your doctor if it's right for you. For a limited time, you can try Prozac Weekly for 1 month free. Visit freemonth.webmd.com to learn more and print out your coupon from Prozac Weekly. Talk to your doctor today to see if Prozac Weekly could be right for you. Prozac Weekly is here.
Why the hurry? It's the 2001 model clearance from Suzuki. It's your chance to get the best deal in the industry, something no one else has. 0% APR for 5 years on all 2001 Suzukis. Save up to $6,300 on models like the XL7, the only 7-passenger SUV in its class that comes with a 3rd row of seats. So rush to your Suzuki dealer today or call 1-877-MY-SUZUKI. Offer ends soon.
I just talked to Leader Daschle. His office received a letter, and it had anthrax in it.
Following the anthrax trail again, this time to the office of the Senate Majority Leader. How bad is it getting? Carl Cameron in Washington. Carl.
Neil, security's already been high. They're ratcheting it up yet another notch. Dari.
Carl, we're in Trenton, New Jersey, where there's yet a second anthrax connection. I'll have that. Alicia.
Derry, is there a connection between the 9/11 attacks and the anthrax attacks in Florida? I'll have an update on the investigation. Terry. Well, more anthrax in the mail, more biotech stocks on the move. Neil.
All that and how much you would give up to feel safe after this. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Todd Connor. Anthrax has been mailed to Capitol Hill. It was in a letter sent to Senate Majority Leader Tom Daschle. Senator Daschle says there were 40 people in his office when the letter was opened and a powdery substance fell out. Capitol Police say they conducted 2 field tests on the white powder, indicating it was anthrax.
The first field test came back as positive for anthrax. In order to confirm that, we did a second field test, and that field test also came back as positive for anthrax. It should be noted, though, that these are just preliminary tests. They are field tests only. And we have sent this material out to Fort Detrick, Maryland, to the U.S. Army facility there for further testing.
The letter to Daschle was postmarked September 18th from Trenton, New Jersey. That's the same date and location for the anthrax letter that was sent to NBC. U.S. warplanes hit the Afghan capital with the heaviest daylight bombing raid since the attacks began. U.S. jets also hit targets in eastern Afghanistan, including a Taliban regional military headquarters. And a 4th U.S. aircraft carrier is almost within striking range of Afghanistan. The USS Theodore Roosevelt is about to join the Enterprise, the Carl Vinson, and the Kitty Hawk. And our next update is coming your way at the bottom of the hour. Your World with Neil Cavuto is coming your way next. More mail, more worries,
more anthrax, and this time the Congress is the target. Welcome, everybody. I'm Neil Cavuto. Here is what we know right now. A letter sent to Senate Majority Leader Tom Daschle tests positive for anthrax. Secretary of State Colin Powell begins a delicate diplomatic mission in Pakistan. Meanwhile, on the PR front, National Security Advisor Condoleezza Rice agrees to an interview with the Arabic TV network Al Jazeera. And more nervousness being felt on Wall Street, but not much selling as investors try to hold tight. Now to Washington, where senior political correspondent Carl Cameron has the latest on the anthrax issue that is a little too close for comfort for lawmakers there. Carl?
At 10:30 this morning, Neil, Senator Tom Daschle's private office in the Hart Senate Office Building opened up a letter, and in it, according to Capitol Police, there was a white powdery substance. It was field tested twice. Each time it came back positive for traces of anthrax, and the substance was immediately handled through a variety of law enforcement Capitol Police protocols and sent to Fort Detrick in Maryland for additional testing. Some 40 staffers in Daschle's office at the time, all of them quarantined for a lengthy period of time, many of them put through extensive decontamination, and some of them then put on antibiotics, specifically Cipro. Short time later after, Senator Daschle, the Capitol Police, and the Capitol Senate physician came forward. Senator Daschle described how it felt to have it hit this close to his office.
First of all, I'm concerned deeply for my staff, and I feel so badly for each of them. They are innocent people caught up in a matter for which they have nothing to do. I am very, very disappointed and angered. I am confident, however, as I said a moment ago, that because we anticipated something like this, we are able to deal with it as successfully as we are this morning.
On September 11th, the Capitol Police instituted a variety of increased security measures for the mail. On September 13th, on 13th of October, a whole new series of increased security measures put in place, and now this. Just a short time ago, Senator Frank Murkowski, a Republican of Alaska, on the Senate floor said that his office, he believes, received a suspicious package, and authorities, as we speak, are looking into that. All tours at the Capitol have been suspended for the foreseeable future. Henceforth, all mail will be delayed at least a day on Capitol Hill as it's put through increased security, and all the mail that came today is being sealed up in plastic bags to be reinspected. Neil?
Carl, thank you very much. Carl Cameron in Washington. Well, from the post office where a letter containing anthrax was first sent, Daria Alexander now in Trenton, New Jersey with the latest. Daria.
Neil, a criminal investigation led by the FBI underway right now, particularly because of the two letters now postmarked September 18th. First, the letter that went to NBC anchorman Tom Brokaw, and then the Tom Daschle letter. We understand that they have been inside talking to workers, asking if they remember anything from September 18th, also particularly trying to figure out the source of the anthrax.
Well, we want to be careful not to compromise the integrity of the investigation, but it's safe to say that through the automated equipment that's available at the Trenton P&DC, we can pretty much pinpoint when the item was handled at our postmarking equipment, and from that point determine when it was brought into the facility.
Also this morning, a New Jersey state epidemiologist visited this regional facility where about 900 workers process mail through here. He basically tried to allay the fears of many of the workers. Also, we heard a report that two of the workers here reported having symptoms that were similar to anthrax symptoms. So they had been tested for anthrax, and we are awaiting those results. In the meantime, they basically have offered workers new guidelines as to how to handle packages and mail, and also they've offered anyone gloves if they feel more comfortable wearing them. Once again, we're live in Trenton, New Jersey. I'm Daria Alexander. Back to you, Neil.
Daria, thank you very, very much. Remember, all of this started in Florida, of course, at the offices of America Media, where for the first time, authorities are now drawing a distinct link to terrorists. Our Alicia Cunha has more now from Boca Raton. Alicia.
Neil, we're just getting some new information. Apparently, investigators have found a minuscule amount of anthrax at the main post office in Boca Raton. Now, this is the post office that does deliver mail to the American Media Building. From what we understand, this is an area that was not open to the public, and already 20 postal workers that work at this building had undergone testing for anthrax exposure, and those results came up negative. We do understand that this building is going to be cleaned overnight. Now, the FBI says right now they are looking into a couple of things that link the terrorists from the attacks of September 11th to this area and specifically American media. The FBI says that they have interviewed Gloria Irish. She's a real estate agent here who also happens to be the wife of the editor for The Sun, one of the tabloids that is run out of this building. The FBI talked to her because last summer she rented 2 apartments to the hijackers who were on the United Airlines Flight 175, which flew into the World Trade Center. Right now, the FBI says the fact that Irish was their real estate agent may be just a coincidence, and they aren't ready to draw a conclusion between the two. The FBI also talked to Greg Chatterton, a pharmacist who works at Huber's Discount Drugstore in Delray Beach, Florida. Chatterton says he sold antibiotics and skin ointment to terrorist Mohammed Atta. Chatterton says Atta came in complaining about a skin condition on his hands.
They're red, and they were red from just the palms, from the wrist down. And I said, well, what seems to be wrong with your palms? He says, they're burning and they itch. They're red. They're bothersome.
Chatterton says, however, Atta's hand condition did not resemble cutaneous anthrax. And as far as the American media employees go, the CDC informed 5 more people that they tested positive for exposure to anthrax. Now, the CDC also points out that these are preliminary tests, and those 5 people, plus more than 300 employees, will undergo retesting later this week. The CDC expects the test results from those blood tests this week to be back next week. Neil?
Alicia Acuna, thank you very much. Alicia, of course, in Boca Raton, Florida, and we'll be keeping you posted with developments there. Joining me now to talk about how this anthrax scare will affect the U.S. Postal Service and the folks that use the mail, pretty much everybody here, which is pretty much routine. Robert Winson is the president of the Direct Marketing Association. Good to have you back, Bob. Thanks for coming.
Hello, Neil.
How many clients do you have? Who do you serve?
Well, the Direct Marketing Association has about 5,000 members who use not only the mail, but the internet and other forms of commercial communication.
So you guys must be concerned when people just stop opening mail, right?
Well, sure, we're concerned. However, we don't think people will stop opening mail. I think they'll certainly have a heightened sense of awareness that they ought to pay attention, but I doubt that we're going to see people stop using the mail.
All right. What are some tips you give people when you steer them to how to look at suspicious packages, that sort of thing? What do you tell them?
Well, first of all, I think, like a lot of things these days, you ought to know who you're dealing with. So the first thing that people need to be aware of is to pay attention to who the piece of mail or the package has come from.
So avoid using like a plain envelope or something like that.
Yeah, we're certainly telling our members not to use plain envelopes. We think packages ought to have return addresses on them. We're recommending that our members use their logo whenever possible, etc., so that consumers are comfortable that they know who the package is from.
But a lot of people just have really the minimalist of amounts on an envelope. Or is the better part of value just to throw it out?
No, I don't think that's the case. Remember that this is kind of a scare that's getting out of control at the moment. First, to catch this disease, you have to have an open lesion. You have to be associated with the powder in a direct way. And in fact, it's not very easy to pass on anthrax through touch, as we've heard in other news reports.
You know, for a lot of people who are just trying to do this and know who they're attempting to reach, your customers have to know you're attempting to reach them too, right? So how, as a customer, do you know it's Bob who's sending me this?
Well, we think that companies should put their logos on the material that they send out. We think in some cases it's going to be right now. It may be appropriate to send along an email telling people you sent them a package or advising them that something is on the way. If you have their email address, it may be appropriate to have other forms of communications. Perhaps telemarketing might be in order and so forth. So the point is that many of these campaigns are multimedia campaigns anyhow. That's particularly important right now.
Do you find that a lot of people are doing just that, throwing out mail? Or just not opening it, period?
Well, up until the recent times, our research suggested that about 86% of all the mail that's sent to the home is opened up and read. Mm-hmm. So the vast majority of this material gets looked at by consumers.
All right, Bob Winson, thank you very much. Bob is the president of the Direct Marketing Association. Meanwhile, on Wall Street, this bioterror scare is sending some stocks right through the roof and causing a great deal of concern for a lot of others. Our Terry Keenan now at the Manhattan offices of Charles Schwab with a look at the winners and the losers. Hey, Terry.
Hi there, Neil. Well, as this anthrax scare enters its 3rd week, investors today continued to try to place bets on companies that could either detect or vaccinate against bioterror. We talked last week about a handful of companies that were up 100, 200, even 300%. A lot of these companies don't even make any money, but this bioterrorism scare has also ignited a very strong rally in the biotechnology sector, a sector that had been down until last week. Take a look at some of the biotech funds and their performance over the last 7 days or so. Double-digit performance for some of the best performing. The Murphy Monterey Fund up more than 10%, as you can see there. The Pro Fund Ultra up almost 10%, and Amerindo Health and Biotech up 7.66% just in the last week. But while the anthrax scare has helped many of the biotech companies and biotech funds, it has hurt some other companies. Shares of UPS in particular. That company moves about 16.5 million packages a day, mostly through ground transportation. That stock down about 5% over the last month or so. Federal Express, on the other hand, you would think would have been hit by this bioterrorism scare, but actually an opposite effect. The bulls on this stock say that FedEx is actually benefiting from the fact that companies can no longer ship their cargo through commercial airliners, and some of that cargo is now coming on FedEx planes. That and lower fuel prices apparently helping out that stock. And finally, Neil, as for the run on Cipro that we saw here in New York over the weekend, it also triggered a run on the company who makes that antibiotic, Bayer, the German chemical company. Bayer shares do not trade here in the U.S., but they were up about 10% in European trading. So investors are trying to play this bioscare, but you have to be very careful of where you put your money. Bayer, really the only company that's been a direct beneficiary, I hate to say that, of this scare. Back
all right, Terry, thank you very much. See you a bit later on the broadcast. Terry Keenan. All right, straight ahead on this edition of Your World, the president keeps urging Americans to continue their way of life despite their fears. So are we? Two clear signs we are not.
When my son comes to visit, I like to prepare nice things for him. Hi, baby. Peach pie, my special meatloaf, and a nice bunch of mid-caps, small caps, and laddered munis, taking into account current opportunities in the Asian market.
No utilities?
Wouldn't it be great if the person you trust most was your broker?
The rate of return.
At a Schwab Planning Workshop, we give advice that's objective, uncomplicated, and not driven by commission.
Are you concerned about estate taxes?
To sign up for a workshop, call 1-800-9-SCHWAB.
Abner, we're rich.
We're rich?
It's our new litter. It's got diamonds in it.
You are mistaken, my friends. The diamonds are odor-absorbing crystals in new Tidy Cats Crystals Blend.
Whatever. New Tidy Cats Crystals Blend.
Your eyes need nutrition as well as the rest of your body. So Centrum and Centrum Silver added lutein to help maintain your precious sight. Now your eyes, your toes, and everything in between are covered by Centrum and Centrum Silver. More complete from A to Zinc.
Reporting, uncovering, discovering. It's the big story, fair and balanced. A look at the big issues shaping our lives and what they mean to you. The Big Story with John Gibson. Tonight.
I'm scared. Frightened.
The bioterror battlefield and the horrors of anthrax. Is your doctor prepared for this threat? Catch The Big Story with John Gibson.
Hi there, I'm Edie Donahue. Tomorrow on Fox & Friends, the U.S. has had no better ally in the war on terrorism than Great Britain. What makes the bond so strong? Join us at 6 a.m.
All right, well, try as they might to calm us, federal authorities apparently cannot jumpstart us to the nation's shopping malls. Our Jeff Goldblatt now in the fallout from the fall down. Jeff.
Neil, shop till you drop. There just weren't a lot of people doing it last month. The retail industry severely hurt by the incidents that happened on September 11th. This was an industry already suffering and reeling after a year of soft sales.
$97.82. No, don't spill my check. I
It's a good book.
And Neil, unfortunately, we're having some audio problems there with that report, but a lot of the industry is suffering across the board. It didn't matter whether it was the auto industry or the jewelry industry or the fur industry. A lot of discretionary spending just suffering outright. The consumer spending index, or consumer sales, dropped 2.8% last month. That was the worst month on record since the United States government began tracking this kind of information over the last 10 years. One industry we should point out that did extremely well over this point in time, the home improvement industry. We had Home Depot here
nationwide doing well, but also in Chicago, we talked to one of the retailers, and they said that they'd actually hired some 25 employees over the last month, and so they're doing very well. In order to keep up with current demand, they had to hire people. But this is just not what we're hearing across the board from retailers that we had talked to. Talked to one analyst today at Crane's Business Report here in Chicago, telling me that it might be months or perhaps even longer before we get ourselves out of this gutter here as far as retail sales are concerned. Neil, back to you in New York.
Jeff Goldblatt, thank you very much. Appreciate it, sir. Well, you know, malls are not the only places that Americans have stopped visiting, or at least visiting as much. Movie theaters are going through pretty much the same thing, although our entertainment editor, Bill McCuddy, here to explain that might already be changing. William, good to see you.
Nice to see you, and it has started to turn around this weekend. We're actually up. We had $75 million in sales for the top 10 movies. That's up about 6% over last year and 11% over the year before, so it's starting to turn around.
What about the post-September 11th phenomenon? I knew that obviously people were watching news channels, news period. They weren't going out to movies. How much of a drain is that putting on Hollywood?
Well, there were obviously 2 or 3 weeks there where things like Hardball with Keanu Reeves was #1 at very small takes. But for the most part, I think we're going to see this turn around, and I think we're going to have an extremely, extremely strong Christmas with escapism stuff like Harry Potter and Monsters, Inc., something that the whole family can go see and should do pretty well.
Well, let me ask you, though, about the premise of a lot of these movies. The number 1 and 2 movies were barely, almost even.
Right,
but the
$13 million
Denzel Washington flick, that's a fairly violent flick.
It is an extremely violent motion picture, Training Day. And one of the theories is that because we have been inundated with real violence and real terror recently, it's comforting to go back to the movies and see it where we know it's not real. So the Denzel Washington picture has done pretty well. It's, again, not stellar numbers, $44 million.
But this is the second week, right?
Right.
And it was still number 1.
It just squeaked out, though. Now, the big news this weekend is the movie that you and I saw called Bandits, which was supposed to make about $20 or $25 million, only made about $13 million. It opened extremely wide, but it didn't make as much per screen. Now, MGM is out today saying, well, people were concerned about the anthrax scare over the weekend. This movie skews older, so older people tend to stay home and watch the news more. But that should have been true for all of the movies, and it wasn't. So
well, now, these were, I don't want to give the movie away, and you watch it. I guess we both liked it, but it was kind of harmless one. But these guys are bank robbers. I mean, did we have a knee-jerk sort of a loathsome view of that? And could that have affected things?
It's possible. And I'll tell you the third movie that I think deserves being mentioned in this conversation, and that's Nicole Kidman's movie called The Others. And what The Others has done, which has made about $93 million.
Has it really?
Yeah, $93 million since it came out. Half of that money after the September 11th event.
And it keeps playing and playing.
It's doing very well. It fell out of the top 10 this week only because it's starting to get pushed by movies that eventually come in. But this movie did a great job of taking us away from this time period and showing us a movie that was pure escapism, and that may be more and more of what Hollywood is going to try and bring out in the next weeks.
And I like this movie, which is normally the kiss of death for movies.
Well, it had that Sixth Sense thing where don't tell the end, nobody wanted to know.
The kids were weird.
Good word of mouth has also helped movies.
All right, thank you, sir. Good seeing you again.
Nice to see you.
All right, Bill McCuddy. All right, well, your safety or your rights, which comes first to you? Why a top congressman voted against the president's anti-terrorism package? Because it compromised too much, not too little. After this.
America must win the war against those terrorists.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Our air is trying to tell us something. ADM believes that for every problem, nature has an answer. Ethanol, a cleaner burning fuel made from corn. It helps the air. It helps the farmers. And if we need more, we grow it. ADM, the nature of what's to come.
Your pet's exact same heartworm and flea medications delivered to your door for less than you're paying now.
It costs less than buying from my veterinarian.
Took less than 5 minutes to order. You don't have to make an appointment. You don't have to miss work.
Now I call PetMeds and get my pet's heartworm medication delivered right to my door.
The exact same flea and tick medications you get from your vet.
Only they're cheaper.
1-888-PET-MEDS. We deliver savings and convenience on HeartGuard, Advantage, Frontline, and all other pet medications. Call to order now or order online.
How much would you give up to feel safe? Cameras on street corners, your bags and belongings checked regularly, randomly, national identity cards, Big Brother, a very big part of your life. Why a top congressman said, I know you mean well, Mr. President, but stop.
Next February, we've got the home snow. The Winter Olympics in our house, Salt Lake City, 2002. See it on the networks of NBC.
To advertise within the 2002 Olympic Games, call AT&T Media Services at 503-535-6120.
I hang out with a pretty trashy circle, the circle that helps this circle. It starts when we recycle trash at home. It's completed when we buy products made from recycled materials. Check the label for something called post-consumer recycled content. Then buy the highest percentage of it you can find. Complete the circle.
Call 1-800-2-RECYCLE for your free shopping guide. Environmental Defense. Finding the ways that work.
Welcome back, everyone. In case just joining us, the Dow finished up about 3.5 points today, despite all of the nerve-wracking going on out there. We're going to spell that out a little bit later with our Fox All-Stars. Ahead of that, let me ask you a question. How much would you give up to feel safe, or at least safer? A national identity card? Could you live with it? Street cameras spying on you? Could you deal with it? Electronic snooping at work? Could you handle it? Well, our next guest had his fill of it. Joining us now from Albany is Representative Maurice Hinchey. Congressman, good to have you.
Thank you very much.
You voted against this, right?
I did, yes.
Why?
Well, first of all, it was a bad game of bait and switch. The Judiciary Committee had reported out a bill that had been worked on over a period of weeks. It came out of the Judiciary Committee by unanimous vote. Then at the last minute, the leadership of the House switched that bill and produced another bill, which no one had seen, and only a handful of people had more than superficial knowledge of. And that was the bill that was put on the floor, and we were asked to vote for it. And I don't think it was a good idea, frankly, to vote for a bill that is in danger of jeopardizing civil liberties in ways in which we just don't understand.
Do you think, though, Congressman, with the best of intentions, you might alienate some of your constituents who are plain scared?
Oh, yes, I think so. But it's my job to use my best judgment and act in ways that I think are in the best interest of my constituents and the nation. And I don't think it's a good idea for the Congress to pass a bill that it hasn't seen, hasn't read, doesn't know the contents of, and a bill that goes deeply into individual liberties and constitutional rights.
Let's talk a little bit about the freedom issue, because you're not the only one, obviously, sir. There were 70-some-odd other folks who agreed with you. Right. Is the big beef that we are giving up too many of our civil liberties just to feel safer? Is that what it comes down to?
Well, I think it's even more fundamental than that. I think it's that we're in a tough situation. We need to proceed carefully, judiciously, cautiously, and we ought to proceed in ways in which we know what we're doing. And the problem with the bill that came to the floor of the House was that we didn't know what we were doing. No one knew what was in that bill.
But we just had today, Congressman Tom Daschle, on the problems with anthrax right in his office. You know, we get reminders right close to your neck of the woods. I know you're you know, outside the district today, but that there are serious problems there. What do you make of that?
Well, we're all concerned about it, but one of the things that our enemies of the moment would like to see us do is to panic and to do things that are contrary to our own best interest. And that's the one thing that we have to resist. They can attack us from the outside and do a certain amount of damage, as they did at the World Trade Center and the Pentagon. But the worst fear that we ought to be aware of is the danger to ourselves, the danger to erode from within, the danger to destroy ourselves on the basis of panic and fear.
Do you think, Congressman, that this unity and this the hand-holding that's been pretty much the rule of thumb since all of this ensued a little bit more than a month ago, is already fraying between Republicans and Democrats, and that maybe you're the first sign of that?
Well, I think people are beginning to ask questions, and that's always a very good thing in our country, in any democratic republic. People are supposed to ask questions and insist upon getting good answers to those questions. And I think now that questions are being asked with regard to how we're proceeding, how we're responding to this situation, both in terms of our domestic policy and our actions in Afghanistan.
Let me ask you this, Congressman. Obviously, you have to commute quite a bit, being a United States congressman. So you go into airports, you see the National Guard in airports. It's been pretty much the case now in National since it reopened. What do you feel, how do you feel just seeing those guys walking around the airport?
Well, it's very strange. I mean, I travel around the world, and so I'm accustomed to seeing people in military uniforms in airports in other countries, but not here in the United States. But I think that, frankly, for the moment, it's a good idea, and I think people feel reassured that they're there.
Yeah, but I tell you, Congressman, when I see National Guards run around the airport, I mean, you talk about defending civil liberties. There might be very good reason for that, but a lot of civil libertarians look at that and say, now that's a problem, not the other stuff that Congressman mentioned. What do you say?
Well, only if the National Guard were to behave in ways that are a threat to our freedoms or liberties.
And you don't see that thus far?
No, they haven't done that. But there are other things that we need to be concerned about. We haven't secured the cockpit doors of airplanes. We ought to do that. We haven't put in screening devices to check all of the checked baggage to make sure that it's secure. We ought to have people on all airplanes to make sure that if violence occurs, they can deal with it. There are
the kind of things that, for example, Tom Ridge, who's going to be heading this office to protect our security, you think he's on the right track, that he isn't necessarily usurping individual rights, or do you have qualms with that?
I haven't seen any example of his doing that yet. I think we need to be careful about it, but I think he hasn't given any indication of doing that yet. But I think that those kinds of safety measures that I mentioned just a moment ago are not an infringement on anyone's liberties, but they would go a long way toward making air travel even safer than it is. And air travel, I think, is generally safe, but we could make it even safer by taking those few precautions.
Do you worry that your Republican friends are going to make hay of this for you in the fall, next fall?
I don't worry about it, no, but I know that there's a very good likelihood that they will. But as I said to you in the first moment, my job is to use my best judgment, and I think that it's always a mistake to vote for or against a bill, particularly for it, if you don't know what's in it. And a bill, especially one that limits our freedoms, infringes upon personal liberties, is something that ought to be approached very, very carefully and judiciously. This bill wasn't.
Congressman Hinchey, a pleasure. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Congressman Maurice Hinchey, Democrat of New York, joining us out of Albany, New York. All right, straight ahead on our next half hour, we're going to take you live inside Pakistan with the very latest as America Strikes Back. And then, starting today, some of the biggest names in corporate America are reporting their profits. That might be an oxymoron, but we'll report it anyway. And you won't believe how many companies are already blaming September 11th for their results. Why, I say that's maybe not a bad thing after this.
Son, I think it's time we had that little talk.
Okay, Dad.
Well, I know it's kind of awkward, but you're old enough now, and it's time you learned about supply chain management. See, it's all about businesses sourcing materials and delivering products to market more efficiently. You follow?
Okay, so not everyone understands supply chain management, but we do. CNF. We straighten out supply chains for leading companies worldwide. CNF, where supply meets demand.
This notebook is bound to raise a few eyebrows. It's got a laser-sharp screen, hot swappable drives you can switch on the fly, a lightning-fast Intel Pentium 3 processor, and the power to turn heads. Envious? Why? For just $13.79, we can build one for you, the compact Presario 1700T. Call 1-888-271-1430 to buy now and double your memory for free. Plus, get a free upgrade to a 2-year limited warranty.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Todd Connor. A Continental Airlines jet is being checked for anthrax at Cleveland's Hopkins International Airport. A suspicious substance was found on board the Las Vegas to Cleveland flight. The 155 passengers and crew are being kept on board while the plane is checked out. Afghanistan has been hit with a 9th day of bombing raids on military targets and suspected terrorist training camps. The Pentagon says U.S. warplanes conducted very heavy daylight strikes against troops and other Taliban targets. Anthrax turned up on Capitol Hill today. Capitol Police say it was in a letter sent to Senate Majority Leader Tom Daschle. Senator Daschle says there were about 40 people in his office when the letter was opened and a powdery substance fell out.
I'm concerned deeply for my staff, and I feel so badly for each of them. They are innocent people caught up in a matter for which they have nothing to do. I am very, very disappointed and angered.
And finally, a new honor for his honor. Britain's Prince Andrew announced that Queen Elizabeth II made New York Mayor Rudy Giuliani an honorary knight. Giuliani was honored for his efforts on behalf of British families who lost relatives in the World Trade Center disaster. Those are the latest headlines. Up next, Your World with Neil Cavuto continues. Welcome back, everybody. I'm Neil Cavuto. Well, anthrax fears and earnings fears weighing on Wall Street for a good chunk of the day, though the Dow Industrials ultimately picked up 3.5 points. The Nasdaq dropped about 7 points. Meanwhile, very tough times for Bethlehem Steels, the nation's third largest steel producer, officially filing for bankruptcy protection. And in a move aimed at beefing up confidence in the aviation industry, Air France and British Airways say that the Concorde will indeed resume flights on November 7th. Well, we're going to take you live now to Islamabad, Pakistan, where our Amy Kellogg is standing by with the very latest developments in that region. Hey, Amy.
Hey, Neil. Well, Secretary of State Colin Powell has recently arrived here in Pakistan for meetings with President Musharraf and the foreign minister. This is the first time that there will be face-to-face meetings between high-level U.S. and Pakistani government officials since September 11th. Now, it's going to be an interesting balancing act for Colin Powell because first of all, he's going to India after Pakistan, and as you know, there are tensions between those two countries, but also in terms of the image here, of course, there are lots of Pakistanis who are against the Pakistani support of the U.S. coalition against terrorism. And while he wants to show his support to the government officials, he doesn't want to enrage the masses, certainly, with his presence. Now, just around the same time he arrived here this evening, there were reports of renewed violence in Kashmir. There were shellings of Pakistani border posts. This was something the papers had warned here of earlier today, so there is concern that this may be becoming a trend, these attacks on border posts. It had been quiet on this particular borderline between India and Pakistan, and this just may be signaling a new trend. A general strike was called in Pakistan to protest Powell's visit here. It didn't engulf the whole country, but many businesses were closed. Many analysts are calling the response tepid, though. And there's no doubt that there are groups furiously opposed to Pakistan's support of America, but it's looking more and more like their momentum may be fizzing. Meanwhile, there are many peace-oriented initiatives going on in Pakistan, including meetings to discuss possible future government structures in Afghanistan. Emissaries of the exiled king, Zahir Shah, who lives in Rome, met with government officials here today. Shah said he is not interested at 87 years of age in returning as king, but he's seen by many as a reasonable, non-threatening, and democratic person around whom constructive discussions on Afghanistan can revolve. Secretary of State Powell will certainly be discussing thoughts on the future of Afghanistan while he's here, as he will talk about that tense relationship between Pakistan and India.
We will discuss this from our point of view as to what is happening inside Kashmir and the need to address this dangerous source of tension.
Okay, obviously, Neil, because Pakistan and India are nuclear powers, there is always heightened concern about the tensions between the two. Another thing I'd like to point out, Neil, is that there are diplomatic efforts going on in other parts of the world today. British Prime Minister Tony Blair met with Chairman Arafat of the Palestinian Authority, and Arafat made a very interesting comment, which is that this war on terrorism is not a war against Islam. That, Neil, very important, obviously, because there are so many groups within the Muslim world who keep saying that this is some sort of attack on Islam. So it's important, it's significant that Arafat made these comments today because his cause is championed by many Arab nations, and certainly there are a lot of people who were watching that press conference today. We're in Islamabad, Pakistan. Back to you now, Neil.
All right, Amy. Thank you very much, Amy Kellogg. Well, you would think, certainly with all the tension in the Middle East, that oil prices and oil stocks would be sky high. They are not. Light sweet crude oil, for example, down more than 20% since a brief spike right after the attacks. And oil stocks, well, case in point, oil driller Global Marine saying the third quarter profits nearly doubled from last year, but its stock fell. It's down about 10% since September 11th, close to 48% since the beginning of the year. Joining us now to help explain what's going on, the company's chairman and CEO, Robert Rose. Mr. Rose, good to have you back.
Thank you, Neil. Always a pleasure to be with you.
What is going on? This seems to fly in the face of what you think would be the reaction. What's going on?
Well, the market is obviously recognizing the fact that energy consumption and economic activity are directly linked. And as we go into the recession, which was exacerbated by the events of September the 11th, we see reduced demand for hydrocarbons and energy, particularly natural gas and crude oil. For example, it's been estimated, Neil, that just the reduction in airline flights has reduced demand for crude oil in this country by 750,000 to 1 million barrels per day.
In the face of that, though, we still get indications from OPEC, if not immediately, then soon, they're going to start cutting back on production. Do you think that's the case?
Well, it's entirely possible. They said that they wanted to maintain a range around $25 a barrel. Currently, oil is in the $22.50 or so per barrel range, so it could be their next course of action, which would be to reduce supply.
Still, Robert, you had a very good third quarter, almost doubling the net income from the year ago period, $62 million in this latest period, as I said, versus $32 million in the prior year. Yet Wall Street seems to be saying, well, it's just a matter of time before the lagging effects of this price drop hit you. What do you say to them?
Well, I think that's probably accurate, but the thing about the global marine fleet is because of the type of equipment we offer, we have the ability to generate superior day rates or daily revenues in a rising market, and we have the ability to generate superior utilization in a declining market. So we would expect that we'll continue to show better than average results.
Robert, it's always very tough to judge this sort of thing, and I don't want to inflame tensions here, but if there was a problem with the Pakistani government, you hear about all these Islamic fundamentalists who are causing, a lot of commotion. If something bad were to happen in Pakistan, the government is overthrown, then I would assume all bets are off for a while, right?
Absolutely. If you look at the Arabian Gulf and you look at the Gulf of Hormuz, which is where all of the traffic has to come out of to distribute oil out of the Middle East region to the world, and if anything interrupts that supply, you can just imagine the effect that it could potentially have.
Would it affect your drilling activity?
Well, for one thing, I think it would certainly increase our drilling activity if that were to occur.
In other words, to move fast.
Yes.
I got you. Robert Rose, the chairman and CEO of Global Marine, thank you very much for coming.
Thank you, Neil.
All right, joining us now with a look at what other companies are doing right now as they begin reporting in droves is Jonathan Honig. Jonathan, of course, the portfolio manager of the Capitalist Pig Asset Management in Chicago, of course. Friend of Terry Keenan's on Cash It In. Good to see you, Jonathan.
Neil, and a friend of yours as well, I hope.
Thank you, sir. What do you make? We're starting to get the confirmation now. We shouldn't be surprised, but some people generally are, especially when they hear bankruptcy. What do you make of what we got thus far?
I think we're in a very interesting market right now, Neil. It's no longer a market where you can just buy the indices and hold on for the ride. You're going to have to take stocks on a company-by-company basis, which is what makes this earnings season that we really began this morning so very important.
All right, so now we know that on average the third quarter is going to be probably anywhere from 40 to 50% below the third quarter last year. Which are the sectors, areas that you, Jonathan Honig, say forget about it, it's a basket case, I'm not coming back anytime soon?
I think, there's a lot of areas that look good for short-term trades, Neil. I mean, even take a look at some of the plays in technology, like JDS Uniphase, up something like 30-40% since the September 11th.
Yeah,
so
but just destroyed prior to that.
Yeah. I mean, I think there are opportunities on the short term. In terms of companies reporting earnings this week, however, I do think there are some absolutely good investments right now. Neil, you go out on the street, you hear... I think there's some absolutely excellent investments right now. Like, take a look at John Nuveen and Company, JNC here. The street expects 57 cents a share. This company has a healthy short interest, looks great on the charts. I think this is one that I haven't owned yet, or I don't own yet, but I'm certainly sniffing at. Tricon Global, Neil, a strong sector. People want to buy losing stocks, Neil, but the truth is you want to get into strong stocks and strong sectors. Yum, of course, which is KFC, Pizza Hut, Taco Bell. I know a couple of your favorites there, Neil.
Absolutely. And then IBM, that's an interesting play.
IBM, interesting to me, not terribly bullish on this one, Neil. I think it's overowned. I think it's overloved. I want to see a little more upside action here before I stuck my head out on IBM. I want to briefly mention McDonald's, Neil, because they have a couple things going into their favor here, one of which, of course, is the ability to make use of, if we saw a weaker dollar, a stronger euro, this is a company that would really benefit. I think that is a positive going forward. Also, potentially the securitization of its real estate assets, which has been talked about in financial circles recently. And once again, just strong on the charts. I think this is a stock above 30 that you should at least be considering. Neil, more than anything, they have fantastic fries. And I know that, I don't know if you know this, but if you actually dip them in the barbecue sauce, they're even better.
You know, you always bring props with you. This isn't just a cash-it-in phenomenon. You do this. This is your
well, you know, I'd like to think that
it.
I'm the financial carrot top. You know, a couple of props always make the.
When you did the Philip Morris thing,
down.
smoking the cigarette, I mean, that was the takeaway moment for me this weekend.
Can we mention one more?
Sure.
Alaska Airlines. A lot of people here salivating at the airline stocks. They're down sharply, obviously, since the September 11th attack. In fact, that's one sector we haven't really seen bounce back. If I
These
had to buy
guys
an
have
airline,
reinforced all their doors, right?
Yeah, I mean, a lot of new costs, not to mention, you know, the less traffic. I think Alaska Airway, if I was going to buy an airline stock, this would be one to consider. It's trading at a big discount to book value, so you're literally buying assets on the dollar. It's one of the strongest stocks in the airline sector specifically. I think it's certainly one to consider.
Thanks, buddy. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Neil.
Jonathan Hoenig in Chicago. All right, straight ahead, the more scared we get, the worse it's going to get on Wall Street. How fear itself, is roiling rallies and keeping your portfolio in a rut. Is that right? After this.
Market data provided by Bridge Information System.
In the stock market, there's some terrible weeks, some terrible months, some terrible days. We've had some bad things in the past, and we've recovered from all of them. I mean, this is a tough time. We have one of the worst events in the history of this country, combined with a slowdown in the economy. We have a lot of buffers in the economy, a lot of strong elements like Social Security payments are wonderful, unemployment compensation is great. The federal government's running a massive surplus. 69% of people own their homes in general. Housing prices are very firm. They've been up strongly the last 3 years. This helps the economy. I've been looking at stocks for over 35 years professionally. This is not the scariest time I've gone through. I can't predict the future. I've never even tried to do it. Predicting the next 1,000, 2,000 points is futile. But all I know is we've had 9 recessions since World War II. We've had 9 recoveries since World War II. We've had a perfect score. Betting against America has been a bad bet in the past. It's going to be a bad bet in the future.
Welcome back, everybody. Well, this bioterror scare and fear of more attacks could play a major role in the market's behavior this week. Here to tell us more about the Wall Street and fear factor, our very special guest, Sam Stovall. Sam, of course, the editor at S&P Industry Reports. We've also got our Fox Business All-Stars here, including David Asman, the host of Forbes on Fox, Terry Keenan, the host of Cash In, and last but not least, Brenda Butner, the host of Bulls and Bears. Sam, to you on what we can expect, I guess we're going to get confirmation of a lot of bad numbers, right?
Oh, absolutely. And I think that the real question is by how much will third quarter results actually slip from what the expectations already had been, and will, because of corporate guidance, we see fourth quarter results and full year 2002 numbers comes down substantially. Because if you really look at the big spread between the estimate based on top-down, looking at the economy and working its way down to corporate earnings, or bottom-up, there's a very wide spread right now. About $46 is the street's estimate for 2001 versus only $38 per share on a top-down basis from S&P. So there's a very big gap that has to be filled.
We're giving a lot of latitude here, aren't we, Brenda? But the question is for how long we give this.
A lot of latitude?
Yeah, in other words, we expect the baby in the bathwater, the kitchen sink, the whole 9 yards.
Because of September 11th?
Right.
I think that's wrong, because I think it gives the terrorists more power. If a company blames its bad third quarter earnings on September 11th, and in fact it was because of some other reason, what we're saying is that the terrorists had more of an impact on the U.S. economy than, I mean, they wanted to hit our economy, and this gives them, this says you did it and you did it successfully.
That's an interesting angle. What do you think of that?
Yeah, you know, it was only 19 business days in a 90-day quarter, but of course, these companies are looking at really bad results, so they're going to want to blame the obvious, even if they're looking for a scapegoat, as Brenda mentioned.
There's a positive that I think you'd like, because you're a bull, still remaining bull.
Lonely position to be in.
It's a lonely position, but I think what we're going to see is the beginnings of solutions. The beginnings of solutions, for example, pharmaceuticals. You may find some kind of vaccine that we hadn't even thought about. The market is always producing things that we can't think about until the market actually produces it. When we're on a war footing, the market is producing at a record pace, coming up with the answers because our backs are to the wall, and we might have to come up with all these solutions are going to begin to present themselves within the next few months. That could push away a lot of the pessimism and fear that we're seeing right now.
In the meantime, we're going to old reliables, right, Sam? The issues that I know well, the food and beverage issues, they're doing just fine, right?
That's right. The food and beverage stocks are doing very well. Our expectation is that consumer staples are likely to show about a 7% advance in earnings this quarter, and we're also likely to see a very strong advance for healthcare in general. So
the biotech area, too, another region that Davey was just touching on, that's another area that you like, right? I mean, that's something that looks good to you.
Exactly. Biotech is in our healthcare area, and so companies like Genentech, like Myriad, these are companies, whether they happen to be conservative or speculative buy recommendations, they're still out there because they have entities, most of them do have earnings, and so as a result, they could benefit also from this fear factor you're talking about.
Do you buy that, Brenda?
Yeah, I do. I think, though, that the way that terrorists terrorize is they stop us from opening a piece of mail, or they stop us from going into a restaurant or going into the mall. And we're seeing much more of that. I think the market actually is being much more resilient than a lot of individual consumers are.
What do you make of that, Terry? The market has been resilient. Even in the face of this, it just holds its own.
Incredibly resilient. And today, a great comeback. We had another nice comeback on Friday, even though we finished down. Yeah, but if you don't think the speculation is alive and well, look at some of these companies that can detect anthrax or other bioterrors or make vaccines, even though really only one company, the company that makes the smallpox vaccine, is getting any real money from the U.S. government. These stocks have just exploded on 10, 15 times their normal volume.
We have a deregulatory president in the White House, and that's good news. That's good news because a lot of the barriers that have prevented the production of more vaccines for smallpox, we only have one for anthrax, only one for smallpox, a lot of that's been prevented by the FDA, maybe overly strict in certain areas that they could open in on and really allow pharmaceuticals and other biotech companies to come in.
All right, Dave, final word on the subject. Sam Stowell, I want to thank you, sir. Terry Keenan, Brenda Butner, thank you all. All right, well, remember all of those BlackBerry handheld devices that were all the rage, real lifesavers, in fact, right during and after the September 11th attacks? Well, competitors are taking note and coming up with the darndest things. Geeks unite after this.
Next February, we've got the home snow. The Winter Olympics in our house, Salt Lake City, 2002. See it on the networks of NBC.
To advertise within the 2002 Olympic Games, call AT&T Media Services at 503-535-6120.
Celebration Tabernacle presents an evening in Radiate Keys with special guest Candy Staten from TBN Ministries, Saturday, October 27th, 7 p.m. at the Jefferson High School Auditorium, 5210 North Kirby. Tickets are $12.50 and available at all Fast Stick outlets, Chris's Supply Stores, and Friday's Espresso. This program is sponsored by KPDQ, AT&T, Mackin & Sons Automotive, KKSL, Amp Studios, Dr. Mart, Mr. Formal, and Friday's Espresso. For more information, call 503-285-7234. This is a fundraising event and a black tie affair.
What can you do at bhix.com in 30 seconds or less? And you didn't even break a sweat. bhix.com, roadmap to the automotive world.
It's Food Network's Full-On Football. Here's your host, Boomer Esiason.
Hey fans, let's get in the game for the ultimate matchup, football and food. Al Roker and an all-star team of celebrity chefs serve up some exciting new specials with your favorite professional football players. Every Thursday night in October, Food Network gives you the best chips, dips, and tasty tips.
Full-On Football, kicking off Thursday, October 4th.
Tune in to Food Network's Full-On Football all this month on AT&T Broadband.
Stock shares of Visionics picking up 6%. It signed contracts to provide 2 federal agencies with its fingerprint identification system. Elsewhere, Intel slipping more than 2%. A handful of analysts making negative comments on the chip sector ahead of Intel's earnings due out tomorrow. And Fannie Mae gaining 2%. Third quarter profits shooting up 23% as the provider of home loans got a boost from all of those refinancings going on. And Bally Total Fitness also getting a lift. It is buying its rival Crunch Fitness for about $90 million in stock. And a big day for Handspring, up more than 26%. It's unveiling Treo, I hope I'm pronouncing that right, its newest handheld computer. that comes with a built-in cell phone. The device is now available in Europe. Will hit the U.S. market early next year, expected to sell for about $400. Joining us now from Mountain View, California is Donna Dubinsky. Donna is the president and CEO of Handspring. Donna, good to have you back.
Thank you.
Now, this is what, combining a phone and like a Palm kind of standard device in one, right?
Yes, the product is called Trio because it's 3 things in one. It's a phone, it's an organizer like a handheld, and it does wireless data, whether that's internet access or email or short messages.
Well, whoop-de-doo, I get that now. You know, Samsung, Kyocera make similar devices, so what's the big deal?
Well, we think this one's a little bit different. First of all, we think it's a form factor that really gets over the hurdle of something that you'd carry with you all the time.
Well, hold that up a second. How big is this thing we're looking at?
You know, it's about the size of a wallet or maybe a little bit bigger than a deck of cards. It's really a pretty compact size.
Yeah, but look at the keyboard on that. It looks like chiclets. I mean, how
when you
easy
open
is
it
that
up,
to operate?
Yeah, when you open it up, you've got a full alphanumeric keyboard, which a lot of people really prefer both for messaging as well as for one-handed dialing of the phone. You can dial a name and get a phone number, press in this little jog rocker button, and you immediately dial somebody out of, you know, an address book of thousands of names.
Are you worried, though, that with all the neat little innovations here, that this is a little late to the party? We're talking, what, sometime 2002, mid-2002, if not later, for a color version, when the likes of Samsung and all already have color versions on the market.
Their products are pretty substantially different than this one. I think if you look at them and see their form factor and the functionality that they include, this has full web browsing, this has, you know, a whole lot of capabilities.
Oh, so do they.
It'll be shipping just after the first of the year, and the people who have looked closely at the products see some substantial differences between them.
But you're going to need more than substantial differences, right? You're going to need a blow-away product. I'm not taking anything away from what this offers, but when others offer comparable, you know, features months ahead of you, that ain't good for you, is it?
Well, I think we'll let the product stand for itself when it actually ships, but we do think there are some big differences, and we're a patient group. You know, we've been innovating in this market for well over 10 years, and we're going to continue to innovate it, and I think that that will be shown up with the product.
What if we've missed what is the Palm standard, that, you know, your stock has suffered, Palm has suffered, that maybe that standard is being eclipsed by this Pocket PC and some of these others that are really now encroaching on your turf?
Well, you know, we're really thrilled to be able to bring this new product to market on the Palm OS, and that means it's compatible with tens of thousands of applications. It brings over all your data right away, and it's given us all of the robustness that we've needed to produce what we think is a breakthrough device.
Okay. Donna Dubinsky, thank you. Very good having you on.
Thank you.
Donna is the founder and CEO of Handspring in Mountain View, California. Well, if you knew your kid was lying to you, but had a darn good reason to be lying to you, would you let him get away with lying to you? Why I think in certain cases, like now, you should. Kids and companies, the connection. After this.
It has a legendary reputation for reliability, durability, and quality. It's been named to Car and Driver's 10 Best list 14 times. It was the first gasoline-powered production automobile to be certified as a low-emission vehicle in the U.S. And the best part is, it's used. Honda certified used cars. Proof that how you start out in life is a good indication of how far you'll go. You see, it may be used, but it's still a Honda.
When they need to get it fast, count on Express Mail from the U.S. Postal Service.
They want hug.
The United States Postal Service is everywhere, so you can be anywhere.
The American flag. It symbolizes freedom and justice for all mankind. Throughout the land, millions of Americans are proudly displaying the flag. Introducing the American Freedom Collection. A set of 2 quick display flags, 1 Old Glory flag, and the exclusive God Bless America flag. Each flag is made of weatherproof, fade-resistant material. They attach to your car window in seconds. Just slide the slot in the window. It's that easy. It looks great on mailboxes, bikes, trucks, even inside your home. The American Freedom Collection also includes 4 reusable peel-in-place flags. There's no glue. Just peel off the flag, and it'll cling to any smooth surface. Call now and receive your personal American Freedom pin. You get everything. The Old Glory flag, the God Bless America flag, the peel-in-place flags, and flag pin. The entire American Freedom Collection for just $14.99. Call now.
To order your American Freedom Collection for only $14.99 plus shipping, have your credit card or checkbook ready and call 1-800-203-4949.
All right, some of your letters and comments now regarding my view that fear of terrorism can often be a far bigger threat than terrorism itself. This from Linnell Stoner in Montauk, New York. Neil, I really enjoy your commentary at the end of your show. Friday's was especially good. Is there somewhere that I can find it to print it out? Well, yes, Linnell, there is. And since many of you have been asking that same question, may I suggest you hop on to the web at foxnews.com, then click on the Your World logo. My gigantic head is there. And then highlight the Common Sense Archive collection. It's all there, and I hope that helps. On that same subject, Jim Ashby emails, as a veteran of the military and a 12-year veteran in law enforcement, I would like to point out that the value of fear, when people are afraid, they get an adrenaline pump. This directs their fear to the threat and draws their concentration to that threat. It's a good point. On the French leading the charge against Microsoft, this from Jack Wickel in Clearwater, Florida. Neil, you're absolutely right. The envious French hate us to prop up their national self-esteem. They now indulge in their petty little acts of passive aggression by resisting American objectives wherever they can. Some French and American viewers think it shows the stupidity of my position. Bill Schlosser in Sturgis, South Dakota, rushes to my defense. I'm a barber. I don't care what any of those no-brainers think about you. You are the man. The hell with all of those who think different. That's my world. Tony Marshall in Hackettstown, New Jersey. As for that jerkweed who called you something like a fat Catholic Italian something or other, well, this 6'3", 285-pound ex-soldier, ex-biker, 100% Catholic Italian-American badass would happily break him into small pieces for you. Just say the word, Paisan. All right, Tony, but you're even scaring me at this point. All right, what I'm about to say sounds like financial heresy, but here it goes. A lot of companies are going to come up with a lot of excuses for a lot of lousy numbers these next few weeks. I say we cut them some slack and let them go ahead. Now, I know more than a few of them are going to use the September 11th event, as they're calling it, as a reason for all of their troubles. Some are justified. Most probably are not. I don't think at this time we question them. Not now. If some want to throw in the baby with the bathwater, so be it. They can't do it forever, so let's let them do it now. Here's why. There'll be plenty of time to scrutinize and attack. Now isn't that time. There'll be plenty of time to truly hold management accountable. Now isn't that time. There'll be plenty of time to see if all of those layoffs were justified. Again, now isn't that time. So I say give them a pass on this past quarter. A lot of us do the same for our kids. Some of them are acting a bit strangely. Maybe they're not doing as well at school. Maybe they're more frustrated and snapping at home. A lot going on in their little lives. Who are we to play the heavy when they're dealing with some heavy stuff? So I want to treat companies just like we do our kids, with a bit more leeway and a lot more understanding. I'd much rather hold them accountable for what they can do now than for what they didn't do then. Like our kids, they might be making excuses, but like our kids, for now, I'm going to let them. All right, before we say goodbye, I just want to welcome our viewers on Comcast of Northern New Jersey, who just signed on to the most powerful name in news and are now regular viewers of your world. Welcome. It will never be the same.
It's 5 p.m. in the east, 2 p.m. in the west, and this is the big story. Straight ahead, a Capitol Hill bombshell. Anthrax finds its way into the offices of one of the most powerful men in the land. How could it have gotten through the ultra-tight security at the Capitol? If anthrax can wind up there, who knows where else it is? So just who is sending these anthrax-tainted letters? With the nation remaining on high alert for more anthrax and more terrorism, what is being done to keep us safe and sound? We'll talk about that. Here comes the judge. Judge Andrew Napolitano weighs in on what's in store for the anthrax terrorists when we catch them, and what happens to the folks who cry wolf. We'll dig into that one. Hi, everybody. I'm John Gibson. Thanks for joining me. This is The Big Story for Monday, October 15th, 2001. Anthrax anxiety grips the country. The very latest word comes to us from Florida, where anthrax spores have just been found in the Boca Raton post office. That is the same post office that handled the mail that went to the tabloid publishing company where anthrax was first detected 2 weeks ago. We'll have more on that in a few moments. But first, a quick check of some of the other developments. Another anthrax letter, this one going to the Capitol Hill offices of Senator Tom Daschle, addressed to Daschle himself, postmarked in Trenton, New Jersey, same as the anthrax letter sent to Tom Brokaw. American warplanes pounding Kabul, Jalalabad, Kandahar, and other targets inside Afghanistan. Various kinds of Taliban targets hit, including airfields, maintenance facilities, and training camps. The president of Pakistan is getting a visit from Colin Powell tomorrow, and President Musharraf will tell Powell the U.S. should target Taliban leader Mullah Omar first, and Osama bin Laden should come later. And 600 NBC News employees now being tested for anthrax, and a total of 5 people being treated for exposure to the deadly bacteria, all from that letter that arrived at the network news headquarters in New York a week after the Trade Center attack. Anthrax anxiety spreading to the nation's capital today. A letter laced with a potentially deadly bacteria was sent to Senator Tom Daschle's office. Fox News chief political correspondent Carl Cameron joins us live from Capitol Hill with the latest on Tom Daschle's situation. Carl.
Hi, John. Well, we're waiting on another news conference from the Lieutenant of the Capitol Police, Dan Nichols, with the latest status report. Earlier today, Senator Daschle and Lieutenant Nichols described what had happened. And at 10:30 this morning, an envelope was opened in Senator Tom Daschle's Senate offices, not his offices in the Capitol, from which he serves as the Senate Majority Leader, but his offices representing South Dakota in the Hart Senate Office Building. It was opened by a staffer. She detected a white powdery substance and immediately implemented a whole series of protocols that were distributed to members of the Senate several weeks ago. In fact, mail security was increased on September 12th by the Capitol, and on Saturday, just 2 days before this happened, the Sergeant-at-Arms distributed a multi-paged letter with a whole new series of security measures intended to prevent this sort of thing from happening. All told, 40 staffers in Daschle's office in the Hart Senate Office Building were quarantined, decontaminated, and several of them have been put on Cipro, the antibiotic used in these cases. And then we heard from Lieutenant Nichols describing exactly what happened when they first tested it. Here's what he had to say.
We conducted field tests. The first field test came back as positive for anthrax. In order to confirm that, we did a second field test, and that field test also came back as positive for anthrax. It should be noted, though, that these are just preliminary tests. They are field tests only. And we have sent this material out to Fort Detrick, Maryland, to the U.S. Army facility there for further testing. And we hope to have a confirmation exactly what the material is here very shortly.
We may, in fact, get that confirmation in a matter of moments. At this hour, we're told that at least 12 congressional offices have also reported suspicious packages or letters mailed to the various different congressional offices, though none of them have been as yet determined to contain anthrax of any kind. Senator Daschle said he hoped congressional and legislative business would continue and that his mind was with his staffers.
First of all, I'm concerned deeply for my staff, and I feel so badly for each of them. They are innocent people caught up in a matter for which they have nothing to do.
And here we see Lieutenant Dan Nichols of the Capitol Police. Let's listen in.
The investigation and the situation that occurred in the Hart Senate Office Building. As you're aware by now, at 10:30 this morning, we had a staffer for Senator Daschle open up a letter that was addressed to the office in the Hart Senate Office Building. When the letter was opened, it was found to contain a powdery substance. Upon the staffer seeing this, she immediately notified the U.S. Capitol Police, and we responded. And according to our protocols, we conducted an examination of the material that was in the letter, and it tested positive for anthrax. I should stress, though, that this is merely a field test. This is a preliminary test that we do in the field as a quick and dirty determination of what we were dealing with. Our protocols dictate that when we have a first positive test, we go ahead and do a second test. The second test was administered also, and that test also came back as positive. It was at that point we isolated the area, and we contacted the attending physician in the Capitol's office, which is Dr. Isold, who is at my side. And we also established contact with the other law enforcement agencies in the area to let them know exactly what we were dealing with. When the office was closed, there were approximately 40 staff members who were in the office at the time. We went ahead and did the examination of those individuals, and after that was done through the doctor's office, I'm happy to say now that they have all been released to go home, that all the staffers for Senator Daschle have been tested, and they've all been sent home for the afternoon. I'll have Dr. Isold come up here in a little bit and explain a little bit more about the examination that was done, about the medical implications of this. We have pulled back all of the mail from the House and Senate currently, and we are reestablishing our procedures on how to handle mail within the Capitol complex. And that's going to be an ongoing procedure. When we get that done, we'll of course notify the offices of the procedures that we have in place to protect against this kind of situation. I'd like to stress, though, that this is something that we knew was an ongoing concern, an ongoing threat. And thankfully, we had protocols in place, and we've had a chance to train the staff and the members of Congress on how to respond to this type of situation. And when it did occur, it unfolded as we had anticipated. It was very much a cooperative effort between the sergeants at arms, the attending physician of the Capitol, the FBI, and the U.S. Capitol Police. I need to say at the outset that this is now a criminal matter that's being pursued by the Federal Bureau of Investigation with the cooperation of the United States Capitol Police. And because of that, there's very limited information that I can put out. Our primary focus right now is to allow this criminal investigation to unfold as it should, to ensure that we hit all the markers we should, that we are cooperative as possible, and that we can identify the persons or persons who have sent this package and pursue this through a legal action, hopefully bring them to justice. I really want to stress, though, that this is a preliminary test. These are field tests that are done. The material itself has been sent up to Fort Detrick, Maryland, which is run by the United States Army. They're doing the further testing that is required to determine exactly the material that we're dealing with. And we have an outstanding relationship with them. They are the best there is in the field. And we hope that within 24 hours, we'll have an indication of exactly what this substance is. If it is anthrax, then the precautions that we are taking are going to a good measure. If it is not, then we're still taking the precautions that we should in order to ensure the public safety of the congressional community. Dr. Isold, if you would come up, he can give you some indication of what we're doing medically to address this issue within the community.
Can you spell your name, sir?
My name is spelled E-I-S-O-L-D. I think Lieutenant Nichols has described the situation quite well, and our medical approach was consistent with the approaches that have been taken in other similar situations recently. The goal is to identify as many people as possible who could possibly have been exposed in the office. At that time, then we would test them with a nasal swab, which we will now incubate overnight and perhaps for the next couple of days. If perhaps within 24 hours a culture is positive, then certainly that would be consistent with our other findings. But that a culture is negative, we'll still wait for a few days just to see if anything else pops up so we can be sure what we're dealing with. In the meantime, again, as has been the prudent measure followed by the health departments that have been dealing with this recently, as well as CDC, we make the presumption that we have a possible positive exposure by somebody and treat them with antibiotics. And we will continue to treat them until it is clear that we either do or do not have a good clinical indication to continue with therapy. And I think that that's really the response that everybody has taken, and I think it's a prudent thing to do. We err on the conservative side, and catch people as early as possible and treat them as early as possible so that we can prevent any complications or the development of any active disease. And at this time, yes?
Doctor, how many people are you treating right now with antibiotics? And are you treating anybody outside of the senator's office, like people in the mailroom who might have handled this part?
Yeah, I think that the question about the extent of treatment is a good one. Approximately 40 to 50 people are currently being treated. And the question about people in the mailroom or the police that actually went in the rubric of people who have potential exposure, that we draw them into the group. So that when I say potentially exposed, I do not necessarily mean just those people who, from Senator Daschle's office, but other people who perhaps could have come in contact or have a question about their where they were in proximity to the event when it occurred.
Can you tell us how long the staff was quarantined before they were allowed to go home?
I cannot give you an exact hour figure, but somewhere by the early to mid-afternoon, most people have been released.
Was there anything else done besides the nasal swabs?
The police, as part of their investigation, as a routine, would swab clothing. In other words, looking for other possible avenues where this could have settled out, so you can make a diagnosis or make a judgment about what the exposure was.
Are you advising them to take any precautions? I mean, is there any danger that they would be carriers?
Yeah. Again, they would not have been sent home if there was a fear about them being potentially a problem to others. And I think that that's, again, what we found out in all these situations, that as much as has been said about the bacillus, it still is fairly... There are some problems in terms of transmitting it, and particularly, as you know, it's not contagious from person to person. And when it settles out on an article of clothing, it'll tend to stick there, so that obviously we've told these people to go home and then wash up and that sort of thing, but they are not really any sort of a carrier or a problem to other people right now.
So at this point, no one has shown any signs of anthrax poisoning among these people?
Absolutely not. It would be early, but everybody is fine, and I think that only time will tell what may or may not develop.
So we've heard any number of doctors who've opined that Cipro or any of these other antibiotics are not exactly certain how these treat anthrax, or whether anthrax will respond totally. Are any of these employees, and you can answer to the cameras, but are any of these employees in danger now, sir?
I do not think any of the employees are in danger, and my answer to your question about the advisability and what Cipro may or may not do is simply that is the best drug that we have available right now in this situation. And it's a very good drug, and I'm not sure what your sources are in terms of the uncertainty there, but I'm very confident about using that as treatment.
Did you ever go to other Senate offices? Swabs come out positive? You said there were clothing swabs as well as
comment on that, Dan?
The question was about other swabs in the clothing. That would be part of the investigation that we're not ready to release at this point. Like I say, we do have an ongoing criminal investigation that we're pursuing, and that's our foremost concern, that we pursue this as it should be in conjunction with the Federal Bureau of Investigation. So there is some investigative information that I'm just not at liberty to discuss right now.
Lieutenant Nichols, have you begun to compare the letter that Senator Daschle received and the letter that Tom Brokaw received to see if there's any kind of similarity there?
That would be a question the FBI is going to have to...
They actually asked us to ask you.
That's a question the FBI is going to have to answer. That they're the lead investigative agency on this. We are, excuse me, we are working very cooperatively with them, but right now this is an isolated incident, and right now we have a possible anthrax incident. This has not been confirmed until we get the results back from Fort Detrick, Maryland. So we need to proceed with caution on this. We put this information out because it is of public interest, but this is a preliminary indication. We are erring on the side of caution, erring on the side of prudence, and how we're dealing with this. And I think that we're following the right course, and we're putting this information out to the public in order to calm them and let them know that we're doing everything we can to protect the legislative branch of government.
Dan,
this investigation is going to proceed as it should, according to protocols established by the FBI.
Could you confirm whether an office was evacuated in Rayburn this morning?
We've had a number of suspicious package calls up here within the Capitol complex today, and that's not unusual. Whenever we have a situation like we had on September 11th, which was as tragic as it was, the security awareness and security consciousness of those within the congressional community is raised. And I think you're seeing that at federal buildings and other buildings across the United States. So since that time, we responded to a number of suspicious packages, and we're going to continue to do so. We encourage people to call us and let us examine these packages to ensure that to have the safety and security of the congressional community in mind.
Can you give me a general number of how many that is?
12 calls, is that accurate?
I'm sorry, our policy is not to characterize how many calls we have, the nature of these calls. Because of the particular situation we're dealing with Senator Daschle's staff, we decided to put this information out. Our standard procedure is we do not discuss suspicious package calls or suspicious letter calls within the United States Capitol complex. I can tell you, though, that we have had a significant increase in the past few weeks, over the past month, of these types of calls, and that's something we encourage.
What do the police do to protect themselves in these responses? Do they wear the suits all the time?
Yeah. That's part of the difficulty of our mission, and you saw the call that first responders have up in New York when the firefighters and police officers were killed up there. We do have protocols in place, and Dr. Isold treats the police officers who are the first responders as he would anybody else under a possible exposure to hazardous substances. We're looking at increasing our capability in this regard. We've been looking at this for quite some time. I can tell you, though, the U.S. Capitol Police is very well versed in responding to this type of incident.
Lieutenant, do you know when mail will be delivered again?
That's something that we're looking at. We want to make sure that we have the protocols in place, and we have procedures in place, and we have time to train the staff. You know, the staff has a difficult job to do, and they're up here in the service of the public and their constituents back home, and innocently they're drawn into this type of situation, and we want to make sure that we have their concerns addressed, that we have protocols in place that they're comfortable with, and that they're well versed on how to proceed if they do have this type of situation. So the best answer I can give you is as quickly as possible, but I'm not going to put a date on it. Public safety is what comes first, and we're going to work very diligently with the staff to put these protocols in place to ensure their safety.
Lieutenant, have you determined who the letter came from, or do you have any?
I'm sorry, that's part of the investigative information that I'm not at liberty to release.
When will tours of the Capitol resume?
Tours of the Capitol have been suspended indefinitely, and this is not in response to the situation today. This is something that we've been working on for quite some time. We have a public safety responsibility not only to the congressional community, but to the visitors within the Capitol complex. Given the current situation, we reviewed very closely the tour policy, and it was our decision that in light of what's going on in the nation and our ability to quickly and safely evacuate the United States Capitol, it would be in everyone's interest to suspend tours of the United States Capitol. We know that that's an important part of the Capitol experience, and we want people to have that experience. But we also want to make sure that it's safe for all those who visit up here.
Lieutenant, are couriers, UPS,
I'm sorry?
Are tourists still allowed to come in the building, though, in other ways besides guided tours?
The Capitol's open for official business. Tomorrow, the House and Senate's going to be in session, and the galleries will be open for those who obtain gallery passes from their members of Congress or their United States senators in order to watch the House and Senate in session. You know, this is one thing I need to stress, and what happened today is of concern to everybody. It's especially of concern to the United States Capitol Police. But the legislative branch will not be paralyzed by this type of action. You'll see tomorrow the House and Senate in session. You'll see people in the galleries, and you'll see us not yielding to this type of incident. We will not let the legislative process, the national legislative process of the United States, be disrupted over this type of incident.
Can you confirm how many police officers and how many mail handlers are being treated at this time? How many staffers and active officers? Can you break it down that way?
I'm sorry, we're not going to break that information down. I understand your interest in that, but we're just giving out total numbers. I don't want. It's 50. Approximately 50, and the reason is I don't want anyone to be able to approximate how many police officers respond to this type of situation.
Sir, but it does sound like the initial responders were not wearing hazmat suits. Is that correct? I know that later you had hazmat suits, so were the initial police officers sent not in hazmat suits?
There was a concern when police officers respond to this type of situation because we don't know what we're dealing with when we walk in the door. And any officer who has been exposed or has been in the area will be treated as everyone else will.
Dan, last Friday,
what precautionary measures that the average citizen should take in terms of mail, what they should do, what your guidelines would be for that?
Our guidelines apply to the congressional community, and I'm the spokesman for the United States Capitol Police. I'm not sure it's appropriate for me to give general information to the public. There are protocols we have in place already. Anyone who comes across mail that's suspicious, it's heavily bound, that has inappropriate markings on the outside, oily stains, that's lopsided, feels like wires inside, any of that, we encourage anybody to call the U.S. Capitol Police for that type of mail that's inside the Capitol complex. The U.S. Postal Service, I know, is working very diligently on this also, and they're putting out information to the general public, and perhaps that question is best directed to them.
Lieutenant, when do you expect the final test back on the suspicious package or letter?
I'm told there's a 24-hour turnaround for the substance that went up to Fort Detrick, and we hope, within 24 hours we'll have a positive indication of what we're dealing with. Either it is or it is not anthrax, or it is some other substance.
What mail screening procedure? There was an ongoing concern, and that is not unexpected. Was there any specific warning about the Capitol and anthrax?
No, but we monitor what happens across the nation also, and given what's been happening across the nation, of course, with the volume of mail that we have, and with the symbolism associated with the United States Senate and House of Representatives and the United States Capitol, it's reasonable that we would take additional precautions and training for our personnel as well as the congressional community. And that's going to be an ongoing effort. This is not something that's going to be a one isolated incident. I think that you're going to find that security within the Capitol complex is going to change, and that even though it's our goal to maintain the public access that we've always enjoyed over the years, we have a higher responsibility to public safety. And there's going to be some ongoing changes within the Capitol complex.
Can you confirm that a new system was put in place or supposed to be put in place today to screen the mail in the mailroom before it goes out to the offices for biological or chemical?
Yeah, what I don't want to do is give an advantage to anybody who wants to commit an act of violence within the Capitol complex. So our procedures and our protocols, what our capabilities are, is not something that I really want to publicly discuss. I can tell you we're taking every conceivable measure to ensure the safety and security of all those who work and visit within the Capitol complex. What all that entails, I think, is not to our advantage to discuss in detail.
Last week, the Lieutenant Sergeant at Arms, sent out a notice to Senate offices saying new procedures are being put in place.
That's right.
To check the mail.
That's
How
right.
then could this package have gotten through? Were those procedures not yet in place, or is it just something that slipped under the radar?
No, I wouldn't characterize it that at all. There were procedures put in place, but there's an interim period where the procedures are in place and there's still things in the system. So that's going to be part of the investigation also. We're going to determine, how this came about and the route that it came to be in the senator's office.
Lieutenant, can you tell us the route of a typical piece of mail when it's addressed to a U.S. Senator? It just generically, without talking about the investigation, but generically, when somebody addresses a letter, where does it go to first, and how long does it take to get to the Senator's office and so forth, so that we understand?
Actually, I'm not that familiar with the mail system. I do know that we have screening procedures in place, which have been in place for years before mail is delivered up here, and those are very definitive, effective procedures that we're following. But the time that it takes from somebody leaves somebody's mailbox until it arrives in the senator's office, I'm sorry, I'm a police officer, I'm not that familiar with that process.
How much mail you process?
I'm sorry?
Was it a letter or a parcel, Lieutenant?
This was a letter. Okay.
Can you describe it a little more?
Okay, I have a meeting to go to, so if we can...
You said that tours were canceled not because of this incident, but because you had planned to do that all along. Can you talk to people standing in line who said that about noon they were told that the tours had all been...
Yeah, the decision to cancel tours is something we've been discussing for quite some time, and the decision was made today in the interest of public safety to suspend tours for the foreseeable future until we can get some public safety policies in place.
That was not because it was packaged?
There are a number of factors that went into this decision, but I can tell you that immediately after September 11th, tours were suspended for approximately a week. When they came back on, their tours were allowed in the U.S. Capitol on a modified schedule. And based upon some of the information that's been, based upon some of our concerns for public safety, we've been contemplating some time of suspending tours. That decision was made this afternoon.
You mentioned how much mail gets processed. It was heavily wrapped, plastic wrapped, with duct tape.
I'm sorry, anything that characterizes that letter is part of the investigation, and I can't release that information. I'm sorry, postmark is part of the investigation, and I can't release that information either.
Lieutenant, do you know anything about the powdery substance being looked at now outside the gallery, I'm told?
No, actually, I don't have any information on that.
Of the other suspicious packages, though, that the Capitol Police checked out today, did any of them get sent to be tested?
No, everything tested negative so far. We've run a number of calls today, and this is the only one that we've had a preliminary positive indication on a field test.
You had calls on both sides of the hill, House and Senate?
Yes, both sides of the hill.
All right,
thank you
that
very
is
much.
Lieutenant Dan Nichols wrapping up a news conference. He's the Capitol Hill Police. The headlines out of his news conference, a second positive test for this letter that came to Daschle's office has been conducted. It is a field test, and the letter itself has been sent off to the to Fort Detrick, Maryland, where the U.S. Army experts are going to test the letter to confirm that it is anthrax. Lieutenant Dan Nichols continues to insist it is a possible anthrax incident and not positive. Nonetheless, 40 to 50 people working in Senator Tom Daschle's office have been presumed to have been exposed to anthrax and are now being treated with antibiotics. Plus, the Capitol Hill mailroom people will probably undergo the same protocol just to make sure. Final word on whether this letter contained anthrax for real and for sure won't come until Fort Detrick, Maryland releases its results probably tomorrow. The FBI is involved in this case, and the FBI is still on the trail of the terrorists from September 11th, finding out information now that could give us some idea of what Osama bin Laden is planning next. Senior correspondent Rita Cosby live in Washington with more on that. Hi, Rita.
Hi, John. Authorities continue to be concerned here about another terrorist strike on U.S. soil and on U.S. interests overseas. And one area of major concern is a possible car or truck bomb. Now, because of that fear that explosives or hazardous materials may be used, trucking companies with any suspicious activity are being looked into very carefully by the FBI. Law enforcement sources tell Fox News that they are very interested in a truck driving school in Henderson, Colorado, northeast of Denver. Now, sources say agents visited the school called Careers in Trucking last week, where a former employee told the FBI that 25 to 35 Arab men took the school's truck driving course over the past 2 years and paid in cash and did not seek any career placement after their courses, which is, of course, unusual. Sources say that they are now trying to track down these 35 or 25 individuals. Also, some focus on America's dams. Law enforcement sources also tell Fox News that they have information that several of the hijackers had checked out several dams and chemical plants in the U.S. prior to September 11th. Sources say U.S. officials have intelligence cell phone intercepts which show that the hijackers and possible accomplices had discussed 3 dams as possible targets, including Boulder Dam and also Hoover Dam. Sources say one of the hijackers, the ringleader Mohammed Atta, flew a private plane several times from a Georgia airport and asked some area residents on the Tennessee-North Carolina border about a dam, a reservoir, and also chemical plants in the area, particularly the Bolidine Intertrade chemical plant, which is now closed down. Several residents have been interviewed by the FBI and also representatives from the Tennessee Valley Authority about this. Meantime, nuclear facilities are also being closely monitored and at the highest state of alert. Attorney General John Ashcroft says that there is increased security in and around nuclear facilities, which are designed to withstand earthquakes and tornadoes and hurricanes, and are believed to be fortified enough, according to some experts, to even withstand a train or even a plane hitting them, no matter whatever happened. Obviously, possibly a 767. However, some experts are saying that they could be vulnerable. That seems to be open to debate. Now, employees and individuals who enter such facilities are, however, being heavily screened. The Nuclear Regulatory Commission has also shut down its website to prevent it from being used by terrorists to gather intelligence about facilities. Among things on that website, it also lists the location of nuclear plants around the country. And another development, a 36-year-old Kuwaiti man has been arrested in Canada with documents detailing atomic energy facilities and also a disease control lab in Ottawa. So a lot of developments, and authorities say they're overwhelmed. And again, at this point, no specific threats. John.
Unbelievable. Rita Cosby in Washington. Thanks very much for all that information, Rita. There's no solid proof, but the president says he wouldn't put it past Osama bin Laden to be the one behind the anthrax scare in America. A live update from the White House. And more Taliban targets take a beating as America continues to strike back. We'll get the very latest from Afghanistan as the big story continues.
Preparation, focus, the strength to perform under all conditions. That's how Oppenheimer Quest Balanced Value Fund beat 99% of its competition over the past 5 years.
Oppenheimer Funds, the right way to invest.
America trusts America Online to make everything easy.
It's just real simple to keep in touch with AOL.
Oh, I love hearing you've got mail.
Instant messages are so much fun.
And now AOL makes it easier to get health information with WebMD.
I discovered WebMD.
WebMD is America's leading source of health information online. Communities on everything from diabetes to weight loss.
Love the chat room.
A site that I trust.
AOL has got it all.
Now's the perfect time to experience America Online. So easy to use, no wonder it's #1. Call 1-800-4ONLINE.
What makes a great performance? Years of hard work, attention to detail, a formula that's helped Oppenheimer Global Fund beat 98% of its competition over the past 5 years. Oppenheimer Funds, the right way to invest.
John Gibson, this is The Big Story. Anthrax anxiety gripping the nation. We'll have the details on that and a whole lot more. But first, a check on the latest developments at 5:30 Eastern Standard Time. Another anthrax letter, this one going to Capitol Hill, to the offices of Senator Tom Daschle, addressed to Daschle himself, postmarked in Trenton, New Jersey, same as the anthrax letter sent to Tom Brokaw. American warplanes pounding Kabul, Jalalabad, Kandahar, and other targets inside Afghanistan. Various kinds of Taliban targets hit, including airfields, maintenance facilities, and training camps. The president of Pakistan is getting a visit from the Secretary of State, Colin Powell, tomorrow. President Musharraf will tell Powell the U.S. should target Taliban leader Mullah Omar first and Osama bin Laden later. And about 600 NBC News employees now being tested for anthrax, and a total of 5 people being treated for exposure to the deadly bacteria, all from that letter that arrived at network news headquarters in New York a week after the Trade Center attack. Many Americans on edge as the threat of biological and chemical warfare seems all too real. Is there a serious cause for concern? Joining us now with more is Dr. Bill Roper, former director for the Centers for Disease Control and current dean the School of Public Health at the University of North Carolina. Dr. Roper, a lot of people say, well, we shouldn't be so worried about this anthrax scare because it's hard to weaponize anthrax, hard to make it into a true biological weapon. But isn't sticking some in an envelope and mailing it someplace every bit as much of a concern for the people it's being mailed to?
John, I think what September 11th has taught us is that terrorism is a real threat to America. And the last few days have shown us that bioterrorism is just as real a threat. Public health is about protecting against threats to health. And what you see right now is a concerted effort to make sure our public health infrastructure is protecting us as it ought to. Anthrax is a weapon, a bioterrorism weapon. It's been used in other circumstances. It's not easy to make it into a weapon, but it can be, as several governments have attempted to do in the past.
Well, how worried should people be? I mean, sending anthrax to Tom Brokaw and Senator Daschle may be the rough equivalent of attacking the Twin Towers. But when a letter shows up in Reno, Nevada, in an ordinary office for Microsoft that handles licensing, should Americans think that such a letter can arrive anywhere?
It sure can. And I think what we have to do is make sure that our public health system, the infrastructure that protects us against these kinds of threats and others, is prepared to deal with it. A part of that is making sure that official agencies and first responders and laboratories and whatever are in place and that the information can be shared appropriately. But it also means that you and I, individuals, our families and others, need to take sensible precautions to avoid this as much as possible.
Do you have any explanation for how someone, and assuming it's not the Osama bin Laden organization, which might get this stuff from Iran or Iraq or anywhere, but someone other than them could get hold of anthrax in this form and just stick it in envelopes and mail it to people?
Well, clearly that's the question that the FBI and others are trying to get to the bottom of right away. Anthrax is an organism that's studied in various research laboratories around this country and around the world, and it is possible, we hate to think about this, but it is possible that somebody who had access to those germs in those laboratories could have taken some of it and put it to this terrible use. I think it's inescapable now that this is a case of bioterrorism. The real question is the one that you pose, and that is it related to the wider international terrorist organizations, or is it a single individual or a small group of people who are acting in a more Unabomber-like mode?
Well, let's think about this. If the method of distribution is the United States mail, is that essentially as effective as dropping a bomb someplace? I mean, that is, not every piece of mail can be inspected. The mail is ubiquitous. Sure. It goes everywhere. It goes all the time. Is that really a good method of distribution?
It is for anthrax because it is transmitted by spores that will exist for a prolonged period of time in an envelope or whatever. So it's a particularly good way to spread anthrax. One of the things that's important to understand about bioterrorism, in contrast to what happened September 11th, when we saw the planes crash and the explosion, the fire and whatever, under these kinds of circumstances, we may not know that someone opened an envelope and it contained something that was amiss until they develop symptoms and go to their doctor or to an emergency room, and then we begin collecting a series of reports of rather strange illnesses or whatever. Of course, today the alarm went off when the letter was opened in Senator Daschle's office and last week at Tom Brokaw's office, but that may not always be the case. The gentleman who died down in Florida didn't know that he was opening an unusual envelope, or however it was he came in contact with the material.
Dr. Bill Roper, former director of the Centers for Disease Control and now with the University of North Carolina. Dr. Roper, thanks very much. And be sure to join us here tomorrow when we will look into the potential for terrorism committed by Americans. That's homegrown terror on The Big Story tomorrow at 5 p.m. Eastern, right here on the Fox News Channel. Heavy bombing in Afghanistan's capital city of Kabul as American warplanes pound terror targets. Fox's Steve Harrigan is on the front lines in Bagram, Afghanistan.
These have been the heaviest daytime raids seen so far. In the past, during airstrikes, we saw anti-aircraft fire coming up from 5 or 6 points around Kabul. We could see that red tracer fire shooting up into the sky. Today, we saw none of that. We could just hear the jets and then hear their payload crash somewhere around Kabul. And from 15 miles away, the explosions were still quite loud. As far as the opposition goes, they are claiming to make gains fighting on the ground in the north of Afghanistan around that key northern city of Mazar-e-Sharif. Mazar-e-Sharif has an airport as well as a highway that runs into Uzbekistan, the former Soviet Republic. That could be a key position for transportation of men and munitions. Here, though, on the front line, there is no sign of any offensive soon. About 2,000 men, mainly foot soldiers, some as young as 14. Most are wearing robes, wearing sandals, carrying just one weapon, either a Kalashnikov or a grenade launcher. They don't seem to have the transportation or the communication or the will yet to make that attack on the Afghan capital. They say they are waiting for the Americans to bomb the Taliban positions in front of them, and they are wondering why it is taking so long. In Bagram, Afghanistan, Steve Harrigan, Fox News.
Steve Harrigan on the video phone. Could it be Secretary of State Colin Powell to the rescue? His arrival in Islamabad comes just as tensions between Pakistan and India flare up again. We'll have a live report from Islamabad with the latest. Also, as police look for the criminals who sent anthrax in the mail, we jump ahead to the charges they will face when they are caught. That is straight ahead on The Big Story.
Our fundamental commitment to the financial well-being of every one of our investors, individually, has not changed. The prudent counsel of our financial advisors in over 500 offices across America, informed by our worldwide network of resources, has not changed. The strength and dedication of all of us at Morgan Stanley has not changed and will not change.
Everyone knows
no Santa Claus, but behind the magic is a massive global operation. We work with UPS to bring in raw materials, produce goods, wrapping paper, ground, overnight, international, you name it. Just this morning, I had a shipment of candy canes stuck in customs in Belgium. And one call to my UPS rep straightened the whole thing out. There have been instances where the naughty got toys and the nice got coal. But it's not going to happen on my watch.
The Political Pulse, the war on terror. From the nation's capital, our Team Washington, with breaking news, exclusive interviews, and live updates. Special report with Britt Hume. Tonight.
It's scary. How do I protect myself?
Another anthrax case, this time in New York. What's behind it, and how big's the risk? Find out on Special Report with Britt Hume.
Hi there, I'm Edie Donahue. Tomorrow on Fox & Friends, the U.S. has had no better ally in the war on terrorism than Great Britain. What makes the bond so strong? Join us at 6 a.m.
Secretary of State Colin Powell arrived in Pakistan today looking to soothe tensions in the region, especially between India and Pakistan. Fox News correspondent Amy Kellogg joins us live in Islamabad, Pakistan. Amy.
Well, John, before we get to Secretary of State Powell, we've just heard reports that there are some helicopters over Kandahar in Afghanistan right now and reports of gunfire on the streets. Now, Secretary of State Colin Powell arrived here just a short time ago. He's here to meet with leaders. He's here to show some support, but he's going to have to do something of a balancing act, John, to not show favoritism to Pakistan or India. Of course, India is on his itinerary as well. Also, there's concern that while he needs to show his support of the Pakistani government, his presence here doesn't inflame those anti-American protesters who you've seen on the streets. They called a general strike for today, protesting Powell's visit, but it really didn't amount to anything. Meanwhile, there were scattered protests today throughout Pakistan. They were more heated in Karachi than anywhere else, Karachi being Pakistan's largest city, a city of 12 million people. Police broke them up with tear gas. As part of its new law and order policy, the Pakistani government has been coming down very hard on dissenters. They've put several outspoken clerics under house arrest and detained many other people who have been flaming the fires of anti-Americanism in this region. This as there's a growing sense that the momentum of these protests may actually be dying out. As Afghanistan saw its heaviest day of bombing, yet families of those 8 foreign aid workers jailed in Kabul await word of their loved ones. The strikes apparently took out the international phone service in Kabul, so the family of American aid worker Heather Mercer has not been able to send faxes, but they just received some hand-delivered letters from her today.
A lot of it is just daughter-to-parent type talk, that she's worried about us and are we safe in Islamabad and don't come back to Kabul, and she worries about us. She's also worried about the Afghan people from the bombing. She figures that, you know, some of them may be hurt. She feels a bit forgotten.
John Mercer is planning to meet, John, with Secretary of State Colin Powell tomorrow. But the Secretary of State's plate is really loaded. Not only is he going to be talking about the situation in Afghanistan and what might possibly happen after Afghanistan, after the Taliban falls, but he also is going to be talking about the India-Pakistan relationship. And of course, Kashmir there is the sticking point. That is the disputed territory. And just around the time that Powell arrived here tonight, there was some new violence in that region with reports of Indian troops shooting at Pakistani border points. That particular stretch of terrain had been very peaceful for 10 months. It looks like that is heating up again. So there's going to be an awful lot to talk about. He's got a short visit here, and then he is moving on to India. We're live in Islamabad. Amy Kellogg, Fox News. John, back to you, and I think I've lost my connection to New York in my earpiece, so I hope you don't have any questions.
All right, Amy, I don't. Thanks very much. Great job as always. Let's now welcome Ambassador Dennis Ross, the former Special Middle East Coordinator under President Clinton, now with the Washington Institute for Near East Policy. Ambassador Ross, we see these riots. Now, a lot of them are over the attacks in Afghanistan, but even before the attacks occurred, they were rioting in Pakistan, they riot throughout the Muslim world because the United States isn't being fair on the issue of the Palestinians and the Israelis. What is the truth here? Didn't the United States push the Israelis to the point where one prime minister got killed and another one lost his job in order for the Israelis to make concessions to Palestinians?
Well, one thing is very clear. The United States put on the table ideas that were unprecedented, that went a very long ways towards addressing the aspirations of the Palestinians. It's very hard to say that the United States was unfair in terms of what we did. On the contrary, whether we pushed the Israelis or not, one thing was unmistakably clear. They understood if you were going to get an agreement, you had to do certain things. They understood that from us. So they went very far. We went very far. That story, unfortunately, has not been told by the Palestinians to their own public. It has not been a story that's been told to the Arab world generally.
Does Al Jazeera TV, when it goes on and talks about the American policy in the Middle East, does it say that that the Americans essentially came out in favor of a Palestinian state, that the Americans supported at least part of Jerusalem being the capital of that Palestinian state, that the Americans gave Yasser Arafat virtually everything he wanted, 95% of what he wanted, and he still turned it down?
They, in effect, don't editorialize. What they do is they have everybody on. So they'll have Hamas on. They'll have people from the Palestinian Authority. They'll have everyone on who says anything they want to say. 5% of the time, they may have someone like me on who puts out our point of view. But the flip side of it is they are hearing constantly the U.S. is unfair. Think about it. It's not just what we did in terms of trying to address Palestinian aspirations. When the United States has used force over the last decade, look who we've done it. On whose behalf? Kuwait, a Muslim country. We came to the aid of the Bosnians against the Serbs, Muslims against the Serbs. The Kosovars, Muslims. Every time we've used force recently, we've actually used it on behalf of Muslims. But you don't hear that story being told. We need to be emphasizing it, and our friends in the area also need to be emphasizing it.
All right, what is the danger then of this lie being told and retold and believed?
I think the great danger is that the U.S. is perceived to be one thing that it is not, and those who are resisting us are somehow presented in heroic fashion, which they are not. We need to change the realities. Those who carry out suicide bombing, they're not martyrs, they're monsters. That's a theme that some of our friends in the Arab world have to emphasize, so that, in fact, it doesn't look like it's the U.S., the powerful U.S., that is taking on the powerless.
What are we supposed to do about those Arab or Muslim countries that are supposed to be our allies, like the Saudi Arabians, who are big oil suppliers? We're their big supplier of dollars, who don't cooperate, who don't help, who in the latest reports even were paying sort of paying money to Osama bin Laden so he wouldn't bother them. Go bother somebody else, not us.
I think there's a new reality for them, too. I think September 11th was just as much of a shock to them as it was to us. Bear in mind you had 13 Saudi nationals who were probably involved in the immediate conspiracy or plot. For them, that's a catastrophe. The fact that there was a catastrophe here is one thing. The fact that these people were involved, they didn't know anything about it, means there could be a threat to them that is far more pronounced than anything they knew before. I think they have to change their approach towards who they deal with on the inside. Do they continue to allow large amounts of money to go to Islamic charities, which clearly are channeled to bin Laden-type groups? I think the answer is no.
Ambassador Dennis Ross, it's always good to see you. Thanks for coming in.
Pleasure.
Appreciate it. A trip to the doctor's office could turn deadly if your doctor doesn't know how to detect and diagnose anthrax and other biological weapons. A close-up look at the possible problems next on The Big Story.
America must win the war against those terrorists.
When you're looking to buy or sell a home, it's important to keep in touch with the local market. That's why you should tune in to the Coldwell Banker Barbara Sue Properties Tour of Homes show. You'll find local listings in a variety of shapes, sizes, and price ranges. And at Coldwell Banker, you'll find real estate professionals who work to achieve the perfect balance of needs for their clients. Look to the Coldwell Banker Tour of Homes show 7 days a week only on TV Mart, AT&T Cable Channel 15. Let us help you find your dream home.
What can you do at bhix.com in 30 seconds or less? didn't even break a sweat. VHIX.com. Roadmap to the automotive world.
Benefits update, absolutely free, that explains your entitlement to government benefits. Important. Our nation's veterans need to know about their benefit eligibility. If you are one of our nation's veterans from any of these branches of the military, this message is for you. Veterans Life is dedicated to providing veterans with good quality life insurance. You are entitled to apply for these benefits at affordable rates for which only you as a veteran or the spouse or widow of one can qualify. Don't miss this opportunity. Your satisfaction is guaranteed or your money back. So don't wait. Call this toll-free number now for your benefits package.
Veterans, to respond to this important message about your benefits eligibility, call toll-free 1-800-207-4499 now for free information and your Veterans Burial Benefits Update. 1-800-207-4499. That's 1-800-207-4499. Call now.
We are sending a signal to the world as we speak that if you harbor a terrorist, there will be a price to pay.
We've all talked about how prepared we are for possible chemical or biological attack, but what about how prepared our doctors are? How ready are they? Heather Nauert joins us now with some answers. Do our doctors know what they're doing?
Well, a lot of people are very concerned about possible biological attacks, and they assume that their doctors are the ones who are best prepared to deal with it. But as we found out, the doctors aren't necessarily the ones who are the best prepared.
The FBI investigating more possible anthrax cases in Florida, at Microsoft offices in Nevada, and at NBC studios in New York. In the NBC case, it took over a week for a doctor to report the patient's symptoms to city health officials. How prepared is your doctor? When doctors suspect an unusual illness, they're supposed to report it to the local health department. That way, bioterrorism and infectious disease experts can analyze the symptoms. But it doesn't always happen.
The main problem is that physicians don't report symptoms and diagnoses very often simply because it's bureaucratically cumbersome and physicians are very pressed for time as it is.
Dr. Al Zelikoff with the Sandia National Labs in New Mexico says there's another problem. Doctors may have difficulty telling the difference between the flu and a bioattack. This can mean lost time.
For every hour that's delayed, what that translates into is more people becoming symptomatic who have been exposed, and therefore more people who are going to die.
Zelikoff's developing a system that could speed reporting of symptoms and get patients the right treatment sooner. It's called Rapid Syndrome Validation Project, or RSVP. The pilot project in New Mexico uses touch-sensitive screens. This is from an internet demonstration. Doctors input symptoms and public health officials look for unusual patterns.
RSVP is designed to facilitate communication from physicians to public health officials, as well as the other way around, from public health officials to physicians.
Bioterrorism experts who've seen the demonstration say RSVP could quickly identify a bioterror attack.
By being able to have this data quickly, easily accessed, the physician can say, aha, I think I have something here.
Okay, the system is in place. Does it work? What about it?
This system, this RSVP system that we just talked about, is currently in place in New Mexico. Now, the founder of this system was just in Washington meeting with Secretary Thompson's folks at the Department of Health and Human Services. Now, they are saying that their system could be in place within 6 to 8 months and could really help speed along the process so that doctors can better diagnose what's wrong with people so that they don't think it's the flu when really it's anthrax or smallpox or something horrible like that. And the point that they make is time is absolutely of the essence. Days matter. And in those days, when doctors think it could be the flu, well, unfortunately, somebody could die.
Heather Nauert. Heather, thanks a lot. As investigators try to hunt down the source of these recent anthrax attacks, we want to know, what are the legal consequences for anyone suspected of sending anthrax by mail or participating in a hoax, sending talcum powder, for instance? We're joined now by Fox senior judicial analyst, Judge Andrew Napolitano. So aside from Osama bin Laden, I don't mean him. If it's Al-Qaeda and they're the ones doing these things, we know what we're going to do with it. But if it's some other bonehead who's got some anthrax and is sending letters to Tom Daschle and Tom Brokaw and others, what is that? What crime is that?
Well, that is an act of attempted murder if it's going to one person. It's an act of terrorism if it can affect a large group of people. The act of attempted murder could get you a life sentence. An act of terrorism could get you the death sentence. So it really depends on how many people are affected by this.
All right. Now, do you think, you're a judge, and I know you believe in the system, and you believe in the law, and, excuse me, yada, 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 but we got Ramzi Youssef in jail. So what? Did that really do anything about terrorism in this country? No, they came back for another death. What good does it do to put terrorists in jail?
We have to prosecute people to the fullest extent of the law. For some reason, that jury in Lower Manhattan decided to give those guys a life sentence and not the death penalty. But the president is right. The more people we prosecute, the more aggressively we track them down, the less likely we are to have people perpetrating these acts of terror. Now, what we really have to worry about are the hoaxes, as you said in the introduction.
I was going to ask you.
Some nut job that puts talcum powder in an envelope.
Well, what is that? Is there a crime of putting talcum powder in an envelope?
Yes, that is an act of terrorism because of the normal, reasonable reaction on people's part. That crime can get you 25 years in jail. Putting talcum powder in the mail, intending to disrupt people's lives and businesses.
Well, all right. What are the chances now that you can actually find these people?
The FBI and the postal inspectors are surprisingly good at tracing mail. It is very, very difficult to do. They don't know the mailbox. They know the section of the city of Trenton and the approximate time of day that it was done. But they have time-honored techniques. I wouldn't be surprised if they come up with a couple of people very soon.
I ask you again, is your business, the law, judging people, putting them into jail, capable of dealing with terrorists? Considering the fact, if they're willing to drive their plane into a building and die themselves, what threat do you really hold over them?
You hold very little threat over a person who has no respect for life and no respect for the system and no respect for their own life. That's where the military comes in. That's why we have a military. That's why we're chasing these monsters around the world until we get them.
Well, there is always the pain suffered by somebody who tries to die and ends up life in prison. I suppose that is some sort of threat. If they want to die, they're not going to die unless they sit in jail for 40 years.
Well, you know what? A lot of these characters actually would prefer the death penalty because they believe they'll be rewarded at the moment of death. And the worst thing that can happen to them in their own minds is to sit in a federal prison for 40 or 50 years. I think the jury took that in mind when they said to Ramzi Youssef, you're going to sit in jail till you're 100.
Maybe I'm coming around. Maybe I'm seeing it your way.
All right, John.
All right. Thanks to Judge Napolitano. We're going to take a break, wrap things up right after this.
Hello, I'm Pat Summerall. Today on Summerall's Success Stories, we're talking with Ken Woolley, the CEO of Extra Space Storage. Ken, welcome.
Thank you.
First of all, tell us a little bit about your company.
Well, Extra Space Storage was founded in 1978, and it was originally started in Provo, Utah, where I lived and was a professor at Brigham Young University. I was very interested in this new idea of people storing stuff for themselves, and we started building properties in a number of different places, and in the last 23 years we've built some 78 properties in 13 different states.
What sets your company apart from others in the same business?
Well, our company right now is really focusing on the consumer, of being clean and friendly and secure and safe. We are also focusing primarily on major metropolitan areas, in places where a lot of people live, in infill places, not the new growing places, but the places where there are lots of people.
What are your future plans?
Well, our company hopes to be able to continue to develop about 15 to 20 projects a year, to stay private. We don't want to be public. And secondly, we will bring our new satellite-based computer system to the self-storage industry at large. We have the ability right now to rent spaces online and also to allow the customer to pay online.
This has not been done before.
This has not been done before in our industry.
Sounded like a pretty good goal.
Thank you.
To find out more about Extra Space Storage, please call 801 562-5556 or visit them on the web at extraspace.com.
An anthrax letter sent to Senator Tom Daschle personally. Bombs target at Mullah Omar personally. All that's coming up. A special report with Britt Hume. Here's Britt.
Next on Special Report, the anthrax scare continues as powder sent to the Senate Majority Leader tests positive. 2 staff members are given medication. Post office nationwide are disrupted, at least 2 more airplanes delayed, and there are scares in a half-dozen cities in Europe. First, the other headlines.
Hello, everybody. I'm Jane Skinner. Even though he's already been working overtime, Richard Myers was officially sworn in as chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff today. The Air Force general says he'll show the terrorists they will have no refuge and no solace, quote, anywhere on earth. Myers succeeds Army General Hugh Shelton, whose 4-year tour ended earlier this month. Well, the table is set for a bitter GOP primary battle next year in the state of New Hampshire. Congressman John Sununu says he will challenge 2-term Senator Bob Smith. Sununu is a 3-term congressman and the son of John Sununu, the chief of staff under former President Bush. Senator John McCain is urging Congress to come up with a reasonable package of benefits to help laid-off airline employees. The Arizona Republican was in Minneapolis today, the home of Northwest Airlines. The Minnesota-based carrier is expected to cut some 10,000 jobs.
We need to come up with a package of reasonable benefits for these people who were laid off as a direct result of an action on the part of the government of the United States.
McCain also voiced support today for federalizing security at our nation's airports. We'll have another update for you coming up at the bottom of the hour, just about 30 minutes or so. But stay with us now because Special Report with Britt Hume is coming up from Washington. His top story tonight, a Capitol Hill bombshell. Anthrax finds its way to one of the most powerful men in the land, to his office. He'll have the story next.
Welcome to Washington. I'm Britt Hume. A flight from Las Vegas quarantined on the runway in Cleveland. Investigators rushed to check out another plane in Detroit. In Washington, firemen and hazmat teams scrambled to offices from Georgetown to Capitol Hill. In Ottawa, part of the Canadian Parliament sealed off. In Europe, authorities hurried to locations in 6 cities, including Paris and Berlin. The reason? White powder. The anthrax scare is now spread across the country and across the ocean. Amid the scares and false alarms, though, there was one new case, anthrax-tainted powder, found in the office of the Senate Majority Leader here in Washington. Correspondent Carl Cameron has the story.
The announcement.
I just talked to Leader Daschle. His office received a letter, and it had anthrax in it.
Senate Majority Leader Tom Daschle is now the first federal government official known to have been sent a letter containing anthrax. At the Hart Senate office building, 40 Daschle staffers were quarantined for several hours. They were decontaminated, and many are now being treated with the antibiotic Cipro. Daschle was determined.
The Senate and this institution will not stop. We will not cease our business. We will continue to work.
Capitol Police halted the mail and tightened inspection procedures, adding another day to delivery time from now on. Sightseeing tours are suspended. Congressional offices have reported an increase in suspicious mail for weeks, and at least a dozen on this day.
We have had a significant increase in the past few weeks, over the past month, of these types of calls.
Sources say the letter to Daschle was postmarked September 18th from Trenton, New Jersey, which matches the letter that was sent to NBC. 600 NBC staffers have been tested. 5 are being treated. 2 lab technicians and a police officer who handled that letter have now tested positive for anthrax exposure. In Trenton, New Jersey, the postal inspector says mail handlers have now got flu-like symptoms. In Nevada, 6 people at a Microsoft office that had contact with a letter sent from Malaysia have now all tested negative. Investigators are taking every call seriously, but some authorities are beginning to worry about a panic. The mayor of New York urged restraint.
We should really say to everyone to really calm down.
The Florida man who died of anthrax had a connection to 2 of the hijackers. This apartment was rented to the hijackers through the victim's wife several months ago.
President Bush said he would not put
biological warfare past Osama bin Laden, and his national security advisor, Condoleezza Rice, suggested that there are a number of coincidences, including the timing, that are reason for concern. In the meantime, the Pentagon's Office of Arms Control has reported that a number of countries have anthrax as a biological weapon, including China, Cuba, Egypt, Iran, Iraq, Israel, Libya, North Korea, Russia, Syria, and Taiwan. And sources overseas tell Fox News that Great Britain is stepping up its investigation of a possible link between the possibility that Iraq and its intelligence community may have shared anthrax technology with al-Qaeda and operatives of bin Laden in recent months. Britt?
Carl, what else are you hearing from international investigative sources?
Well, there's a report from Germany today that the Bundestag, the German intelligence and law enforcement agency, has gotten a hold of a list of 106 names allegedly put out by the Taliban intelligence and circulated with Taliban operatives worldwide. The 106 names are in essence described as a hit list with instructions from none other than Mohammed Omar, the high-ranking mullah in the Taliban, suggesting that anybody living outside of Afghanistan who is at opposition with the Taliban needs to be taken care of, and those who would do so have, quote, free reign. Brett?
Carl, thanks very much. By the way, the anthrax jitters also affected West Virginia Democratic Senator Jay Rockefeller's office. A staff member handling mail noticed white powder on his pants. The Capitol Police were summoned. The powder was examined. It turned out to be talcum powder from the rubber gloves he was wearing while handling the mail. Meanwhile, the U.S. is conducting its heaviest daylight raids to date around Afghan's capital, Kabul. The eastern city of Jalalabad was also a target, with bombs falling at 5-minute intervals on abandoned military bases near the city. This comes as the Defense Department is disputing Taliban claims that 8 days of bombing have caused hundreds of civilian casualties. Fox News correspondent Brett Baer has more details on the airstrikes from the Pentagon.
An explosion lights up the night sky in Kabul. The U.S. air assault continues 24 hours a day. Last week, Pentagon officials said they were running out of targets. Now, with some of the heaviest daytime action, they say new targets are emerging with new intelligence.
The target set that existed at the outset has been significantly enhanced by additional information from the ground and by additional attention from the air.
Over the weekend, carrier-based aircraft, long-range bombers, and Tomahawk missiles hit 24 targets across Afghanistan, from airfields and air defenses to troop staging areas and terrorist training camps. One target hit was in Khurram, just west of Jalalabad. Senior military officials say laser-guided bunker buster bombs were used to take out ammunition storage areas in 2 tunnels. Taliban leaders claim more than 200 civilians were killed in the attack. Pentagon officials say if anyone was killed there, it was likely from the secondary explosions.
I think everybody was surprised by the length of the fire afterwards. It went on for 3.5 to 4 hours, and I think there is still speculation on exactly what that was.
They were not cooking cookies inside those tunnels. I mean, let's face it, you do not spend that kind of money and dig that far in and store that many weapons and munitions that it would cause that kind of sustained secondary explosions unless you have very serious purposes for doing it.
Secretary Rumsfeld went on to call the Taliban leadership accomplished liars, describing their tours to journalists of civilian damage as propaganda, and their estimates of the number of civilian casualties ridiculous. Secretary Rumsfeld was asked why the U.S. has not directly helped Northern Alliance fighters by bombing Taliban troops on the front lines.
I suspect that in the period ahead, that's not going to be a very safe place to be.
Meantime, in an effort to reach the hearts and minds of the people of Afghanistan, the U.S. has dropped thousands of leaflets. The first shows a Western soldier shaking hands with a man in traditional Afghan dress. The message in native languages Dari and Pashto: the partnership of nations is here to help.
We're working to make clear to the Afghan people that we support them and we want to help free their nation from the grip of the Taliban and their foreign terrorist allies.
While publicly, Pentagon officials have been saying it will be up to the people of Afghanistan to decide who will take over after the Taliban crumbles, privately they're saying there are worries about the fragile opposition forces, with Pakistani leaders expressing concern about a Northern Alliance takeover and possible infighting in all of the opposition forces. Senior military leaders are saying making sure the coalition is strong before the Taliban falls may be the most important strategic move yet.
Brett, we're hearing reports now that there are helicopters in the Kandahar area. What's that all about?
Well, Pentagon officials are not talking about that. They're not confirming or denying the reports of helicopters over Kandahar. They will say, however, there were not attack helicopters in the original battle plan for Monday.
All right, Brett, thanks very much. Coming up next, President Bush meets with his Italian counterpart, and Secretary of State Colin Powell travels to Pakistan. Those stories next.
These little town blues are melting away. We'll make a brand new start of it in old New York. If we can make it there, we'll make it anywhere. It's up to you, New York.
Come to Broadway, and let's go on with the show.
One company provides total document solutions for business. One company offers digital copiers that scan, print, fax, and finish. One company makes the most earth-friendly printers and copiers on the planet. One company has a printer drum that lasts 30 times longer. One company. Kyocera Mita.
Just about everyone I know has battled with a stripped screw. Introducing the new Craftsman Screw-Out Damaged Screw Removers. Available only from Sears, it's the fast, easy way to remove damaged screws. Unlike ordinary screwdrivers or driver bits, the Craftsman Screw-Out Damaged Screw Removers are able to dig in, get that needed resistance, and twist the screw out. It's made of heavy-duty steel, and it can work with either a drill or a hand driver. So call now. Get 3 different sized bits and case for only $19.99, or head over to Sears. With this tool, you can take on almost any screw. Phillips, slotted, Torx, hex, even works on rusted screws. Painted over screws, too. Craftsman makes anything possible. Craftsman Screw-Out Damaged Screw Removers, the easy way out. Call now and order yours for only $19.99.
To order your set of 3 Craftsman Screw-Out Damaged Screw Removers, call 1-800-689-7878.
While President Bush warned Americans to be cautious handling mail in the wake of the anthrax scares, he also sought to shore up the international coalition he's built to fight the war against terrorism. The president met with Italian Prime Minister Silvio Berlusconi and thanked him for his help in combating the al-Qaeda terrorist network. White House correspondent Wendell Goler has the story.
Italy's prime minister came to the White House looking for a role on what he called the A-team in the war against terrorism. The president welcomed the help.
He understands as well as I understand that the war on terrorism will be waged on many fronts.
Even as Mr. Bush wrestled with the frailty of the international coalition he's trying to build. As the two leaders met, the long-simmering dispute between India and Pakistan over Kashmir flared up again. Indian troops shelled Pakistani posts they say